Good afternoon. Welcome to the proceedings of the National Assembly. It's the 11th day of August 2021, the afternoon sitting. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This afternoon, the Chairperson Public Accounts Committee will move a motion on the procurement of external audit services for the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-2019 and financial years 2019-2020. The debate on the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2021, will get underway. This debate is for the second reading. The objective of the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill is to amend the Central Bank of Kenya Act to provide for licensing of digital credit service providers who are not regulated under any other law. The current position, according to the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, there is no legal framework governing digital borrowing platforms. As such, the Central Bank of Kenya will have an obligation of ensuring that there is a fair and non-discriminatory marketplace for access to credit. The Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2021, is also in the order of business this afternoon. The principal object of this bill is to amend the Kenya Roads Act number 2 of 2007 to align the Act with the provisions of the Constitution with regard to the auditing functions of the Office of the Auditor General. The Act currently refers to the defunct Office of the Controller of Budget and the Auditor General. The bill further seeks to amend the term of office of and the qualification of the Director General of the Kenya Roads Board appointed under the Act. The bills which have been lined up for debate for the second reading include the Trustees Perpetual Succession Amendment Bill, the Radiographers Bill. In the Committee of the Whole House, the Members of Parliament will be considering various amendments proposed under the Referendum number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2020. This bill is courtesy of the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. The Perpetuities and Accumulations Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2021, has also been lined up for debate for the second reading. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources will move a motion on the session or paper number 1 of 2021 on the national water policy. There are various questions which will be asked by various members, among them the member for Endebess constituency, Honorable Robert Pukose, who has a question to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning. The member for Bomachoge constituency, Bomachoge Chache constituency, Honorable Alpha Miruka, also has a question for the Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works Cabinet Secretary. The member for Subukia, Honorable Samuel Kechobe, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government a question as well. The member for Embakasi Central, Honorable Benjamin Mwangi, also has a question which he will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning. The members who have questions this afternoon, the member for Moya constituency, Honorable Kabinga Washira, the member for Kamukunji constituency, Honorable Yusuf Hassan, will be asking the Teacher Service Commission to explain the circumstances that led to the denial of leave of absence to one James Kipkosgei Kemei of TSC number 664932, a teacher at the Moi Forces Academy in Nairobi, who won the Fulbright Distinguished Awards in Teaching for International Teachers and was scheduled to travel to the United States of America on 10th August 2021 for intensive professional development training. The member will be asking TSC chairperson to explain why the Commission has not allowed the few and top bright teachers selected for the Fulbright Distinguished Awards to proceed for training in the United States for the last 4 years, and also what measures has the Commission, TSC, put in place to ensure that teachers benefit from the Fulbright Distinguished Awards in Teaching program. The question by the Honorable Member for Kamkunji constituency will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. If you're just joining us, we are expecting the business of the National Assembly to commence anytime soon. Yes, there is some activity at the door. And now I will hand you over for this live broadcast, which has been brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. Guess that.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honourable members, starting order 225, subsection 2, paragraph B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. And further, Article 119 of the Constitution provides for the right of any person to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including petitioning the House to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. In this regard, honourable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from a Mr. Charles Ochieng of ID number 1154191 and 91 other residents of Miwani in Kisumu County. Honourable members, the petitioners claim that in May 2021, the Ministry of Health reported the first 5 cases of the Indian COVID-19 variant in the country. The results of those cases were from samples obtained from returning workers who had traveled to India and working in Kisumu. The petitioners aver that the 5 persons were employees of Kibos Sugar Factory who continued to work at the factory despite the danger they posed to their colleagues and the community at large. The petitioners believe that the failure to enforce the laid down COVID-19 protocols contributed to the exponential rise in infections within counties in the Lake region. Honourable members, the petitioners state that in the recent past, several cases of COVID-19 continue to be reported in Kajulu and Chiga, areas within Kisumu East constituency, which are home to majority of the employees of Kibos Sugar Factory. Despite being aware of the containment measures put in place by the national government on 17th of June 2021, the company has not taken measures to address the matter. The petitioners therefore pray that the National Assembly intervenes by conducting an inquiry into the allegations that negligence on the part of the Department of Immigration resulted in the rise of COVID-19 cases, and that the management of Kibos Sugar Factory should be held responsible for contributing to the spread of COVID-19 in the Western region. Our members, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 227.1, this petition stands committed to the Departmental Committee on Health. The committee is requested to consider it and report its findings to the House and the petitioners in accordance with Standing Order 227, subsection 2. I thank you. Mutua Barasa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. While the petitioner has a right to Thank you, Honorable Speaker. While the petitioner has a right to bring the petition before this House, but I don't think if the immigration officers are to blame, because the immigration officers will always act on the existing laws and regulations, and I hope that the committee will try to find out and direct that matter to the Ministry of Health, because they're the one who are responsible for reviewing the protocols, even including blacklisting countries that have serious cases of COVID-19. So I support the petition, but I don't think if the immigration officers are to blame, but rather the Ministry of Health. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Sankok.
Honourable Speaker, I do support the petition and the petitioners, Honourable Speaker, and I think it is imperative that the committee also co-opt the Committee of Health, so that, because this protocol are squarely on the Ministry of Health, so that they can deal with it together. So thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I do support.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 119 is clear on matters of petition. Any Kenyan has a right to petition. But looking at the seriousness of this matter, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the Indian variety, Indian virus, the variant, If there is any positive correlation, that is the most important thing that they must be able to look at. And as my colleagues have said, Mr. Speaker, it touches across the committees, both Committee of Health, and when you talk about immigration, Mr. Speaker, this is the committee, I think, of security. And before you travel, Mr. Speaker, it's now a requirement. And this is the international protocol now, that first you must get a negative test of COVID-19. And once you get it, if you're traveling, then they post your results there. So the question is, the people who might have come from India, Mr. Speaker, and they were allowed in this country, of course, the immigration is liable. because anybody that travels, you must have a negative COVID test, which must be 48 hours to traveling. In other jurisdictions, they are talking of 72 hours. So in any case, if there was any professional negligence, Mr. Speaker, and anybody went contrary to the Ministry of Health protocols, I think this is a serious matter that action must be able to be taken. And that can only be done, Mr. Speaker, if you've ascertained that there is a positive correlation that existed. And again, Mr. Speaker, Trans Nzoia was closed down, Bungoma was closed down, Siaya, Kisumu. When you look at the risk, Mr. Speaker, that these people went
It's supposed to be comments, observations, and clarification. Now,
yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm finalizing. And we request the committee to move with speed so that this matter is an essence of time, Mr. Speaker, so that the action can be taken accordingly. I thank you. I was debating, eh?
Honourable members, because of petition, the 30 minutes which are provided for in the standing orders will apply even if you have 10 petitions. You only have those 30 minutes. And I do know that we have some petitions whose reports are going to be tabled here. We will still have to apply the same 30 minutes. So I can see members who are trying to raise up their hands. We don't do that, and I will never see hands up. Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think facing this pandemic that is global, it is important that we have interministerial correlation and cooperation. So I'm hoping that the committee should be able to look at what are the best measures that we can be able to put, especially when we are rolling out the vaccination, because I think vaccine has been established to be key to the fight against this pandemic. So I think as you look into this report, let's also assess on how much of the vaccine rollout is being done, because I think that is a very key area that we need to actually pay a lot of attention so that we can bring this pandemic to a closure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I want to say is the variant is not called Indian variant. It is called the Delta variant. The next thing is I came on that flight on the 29th, the last flight from India on the 29th, and I was at the airport. And in spite of the fact that we actually were mandated by the government to have a PCR test before we boarded the flight, when we landed here, we were isolated at the airport because it was the last flight coming in from India. We were isolated. We were tested again in Kenya. So they didn't just take the results that you came with from India. They tested us again in Kenya. And while they tested us at the airport, they found a few people that were positive. And we were actually being put even aside in the airport. Those who were positive were here, those who were negative were here. So I believe that the airport immigration and the health department did a really good job. But where the problem could have occurred is if the person who tested negative with the PCR, tested negative at the airport, we were still told that we have to still do a mandatory quarantine of 14 days. So I never came to Parliament. I never left my house for 14 days. I isolated because it was mandatory to do that, knowing where we came from and knowing that you could test negative today and be positive tomorrow. So the petitioner is right in the sense that if these people actually went to work, they did not adhere to the protocol of staying at home for 14 days, irrespective of whether you tested negative, then I think they are culpable and have committed a criminal offense because they've spread it and many people have lost their lives. So I think that it's important that the petitioner gets the necessary action taken and an investigation done. Because if they had stayed home for 14 days, they would not have spread the infection if they had still tested negative on both points. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Chebet Tum.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the petition. Honorable Speaker, the 5 members, the 5 people who came from India should have been quarantined 14 days. The Indian variant or Delta variant is a dangerous one, and I don't know why the people of Kibo's factory just left those people to roam about. Honorable Speaker, that variant was transferred to Nandi County by somebody who is a tailor. And he came to Nandi and he was sick there. And 16 people or 15 people from Nandi County, where I come from, got a variant from Kisumu. Honorable Speaker, we really need to take care of our people. When we go outside the country, there are some countries you cannot go. You have to stay 14 days. So I don't know why Kenya, we are so easy. We just allow people to come anyhowly to the country. Honorable Speaker, I was the first person to give a statement on COVID-19 in this parliament. And it is my opportune time to let the people of Nandi know that I do speak, so that those who are used by my opponents know I'm an active member of this parliament. They should not only, Honorable Speaker, discuss about Makufuli. I made a mistake, I said Makufuli instead of Makufuli. Honorable Speaker, let them see the positive. I contribute here. Let them know I gave a motion on cervical cancer, which the government have taken over. Honorable Speaker, we need to educate people who do not watch, so that they watch what we do here and know the serious members of this parliament. Thank you.
Member for Emuaya.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Despite the other connotation brought in this particular petition, I want to say that I support it. We, the people of Western, and especially around Luanda to Emuhaya towards the other side, we really suffered. And I'm telling you, we have been losing people to the extreme of even 36 per week, or even more. And this was exacerbated by the meeting that was in Kisumu, was it Madaraka or whatever it was. Honorable Speaker, we have suffered because of Delta. Because originally our areas had been fairly safe, but finally we were attacked by the Delta. So let the immigration, or whether it is health, or whoever it was, be investigated and held liable for having allowed this Delta thing to arrive right from Kisumu. Then we suffered collateral damage as neighbors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We suffered.
Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the petition and also wish to say that as a committee of delegated legislation, we approved the law or regulations which are to be followed on COVID. But Mr. Speaker, the question is, who is really implementing? As the Minister of Interior is involved, the police are involved, and the Minister of Health. Is there really a way the Committee of Health, which is going to consider this petition, can find so that there is proper implementation? This matter also ties to the counties, the Council of Governors. Now they want to have a devolution conference in Makueni when this devolution, when this matter of COVID is very high and we know what it has been doing. So, Mr. Speaker, while the committee considers this, we need to have a way, the Ministry of Health is able to be fully in charge. You have seen our Ministry of Transport, Mr. Speaker, have allowed the matatus. Those regulations have not been brought into this House. We have not considered them. And you can see the damage is likely to cause, Mr. Speaker, because of the Delta variant. I thank you. I think this House must really take charge of the situation, and the Committee of Health must be firm, Mr. Speaker, so that the regulations are followed and proper ones are implemented, so that they are not made every day by government, and then they are not brought to this House, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Member for Wajir South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the petition is well valid as far as I'm concerned. It is an issue that really has put us into a serious situation. Wajir South last week has lost, particularly Habaswein sub-county, has lost about 7 elders because of this variant, and many other are currently in ICU. It is a challenge, it is an issue that we really need to address head on, but the petitioner is validly arguing the case that this is an issue that must be taken as a national matter, and therefore we mourn.
If he does, he's a different man in different waters, Mr. Speaker. We know very well, Mr. Speaker, that the first train came from India, Mr. Speaker. How it moved into this country, Mr. Speaker, we didn't take much concern. Now we also knew that the second one, Mr. Speaker, the Delta variant.
You know what are intervention buttons? If you don't know, please just take some few minutes. You'll be educated by the staff. Or you ask your colleague, don't just keep raising your hand up. We don't operate through hands here. Just intervention if you want to speak. Unless you want to do some other things, like doing jigs. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Majority Leader, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, August 11th, 2021, this afternoon sitting. 1. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2019 and the certificates therein. A. Kenya Copyright Board. B. Kenya European Union Partnership for the Implementation of the National Strategy for Counter-Violent Extremism in Kenya. C. National Crime Research Center. And D. Kenyatta University. 2. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30 June 2020 and the certificates therein. A. Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, and B. Kenyatta University. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, August 11th, 2021. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of 1, the Poverty Eradication Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 13 of 2020, and the Tax Appeals Tribunal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 19 of 2021. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next, the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 11th August 2021. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on its consideration of 1. Public petition regarding insecurity in Saku constituency and the larger Marsabit County. 2. Public petition by residents of Wajir and Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizen registration services. 3. Public petition regarding recognition of the Pemba people of Kenya as citizens of the Republic of Kenya. And 4. Public petition regarding amendment of the Firearms Act Cap 114. I thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, I want to give this direction. Given the peculiar nature of those three public petitions, the public petition regarding insecurity in Saku constituency and the larger Marsabit County, and the public petition by residents of Wajir and the Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizen registration services, and the public petition regarding recognition of the Pemba people of Kenya as citizens of the Republic of Kenya. I direct that these reports, I've seen them, and I've seen the recommendations. Some of them are weighty, and I think it would be fair that the House gets a chance to debate them and appropriate resolutions be made so that implementation can then be followed, can take place after the House resolves one way or other as recommended by the committee. They are too weighty to be just left as just reports. So I will not, we will not deal with them here by way of comments, observations, and clarifications, because if we do, we will not really get to the bottom of, and I would urge members to look at the three reports. They're important. So in the course of next week, I'll give some days when they should be debated. For the first one should be on the order paper on Wednesday next week. Wednesday next week. The public petition regarding amendment to the Firearms Act, I think that report can be forwarded in the usual manner. The next is a report by the Chairperson Select Committee on Members and Member Services and Facilities. The Honorable Machogu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to read the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, August 11th, 2021. Report of the Select Committee on Member Services and the Facilities on establishment of a Parliamentary Health Services Unit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Machogu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities on establishment of a Parliamentary Health Services Unit, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 11th, 2021. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First segment being questions. First question by the member for Endebess, the Honorable Pukosa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to ask question number 287 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances that led to the formation and gazettement of a task force by Trans Nzoia County Government to look into issues affecting public land, and was the action carried out in accordance with the provisions of the National Land Commission Act? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary also explain the criteria used in the appointment of members into the said task force and confirm whether factors including regional, gender, and persons living with disabilities were taken into account as required by the Constitution of Kenya? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether effective public participation was conducted during the formulation of the county task force? And 4, could the Cabinet Secretary explain whether the procedure and conditions set out in the National Land Commission Act for formation of such task force were adhered to? And if not, could the national government consider nullifying the exercise with a view to ensuring that the correct procedure and criteria is followed by the relevant government institutions in formulation of future task forces? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Lands. The next is by the member for Bomachoge, the Honorable Alifa Miruka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to ask question 296/2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Item number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of construction of the 75-kilometer road Omoringam, Kenyenya, Ibencho, Mugambi, Nyamasege, Ogembo, Ikoba, Mises, Motonto, Ogembo Road in the Bomachoge constituency, and indicate when the said road is expected to be completed? Item number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the contractor awarded to the said contract and indicate the amount of money that has been paid to date for the project? Number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain actions taken against foreign companies who are awarded contracts for such a huge projects but fail to deliver? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The next question is by the member for Subukia, Honorable Gashobe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I like to ask question 297/2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why 4 police posts in Subukia constituency, namely Bogoine Police Post, Kwagitao Police Post, Sidai Police Post, and Magomano Police Post, were closed down? 2. What measures has the ministry put in place to curb insecurity and guarantee security to the residents of Subukia constituency, considering that cases of insecurity are on the rise since the closure of the said police post? 3. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide timelines for the reopening of the said police post? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question by the member for Embakasi Central, Honorable Benjamin Mwangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 315 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Arts and Physical Planning. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the procedure that was employed by the government to allocate Comoros Estate Land Development Project to the then Kenya Building Society, which later transformed into Housing Finance Company Kenya Limited, HFCK, in 1996 in Comoros Ward, Embakasi Central constituency, and further provide the current status of the project? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm the total acreage of land that was allocated to the said company, considering that approximately 3/4 of the total land in Comoros Ward in Embakasi Central constituency is occupied by HFCK? Number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary further confirm the total size of part of the said land that was reserved for public use and social amenities such as schools, playground, health centers, police station, and social halls, among others, and provide details of such land indicating actual location, total acreage, LL numbers, and title deeds, if any? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Lands. Next question by the member for Mwea, Honorable Kabinga Washira.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to ask question number 317 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Land and Physical Planning. And Honorable Speaker, number 1 has an error. I'll read it in the correct form. 1, what is the status of ownership of a parcel of land measuring approximately 1.75 acres, originally preserved for the construction of a cattle dip at Difathers Township in Mwea constituency, Kirinyaga County, which has allegedly been illegally acquired by private developers? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the original acreage of the same land has been altered and provide the current acreage on the ground? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary also clarify whether there has been any attempt to subdivide the said parcel of land, and if so, who are the intended or actual beneficiaries? And 4, what steps is the ministry taking to ensure that the said parcel of land is preserved for the community and utilized for the intended purpose, and further, that a title deed of the land is issued? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Lands. The next question is by the member for Kamukunji, the Honorable Yusuf Hassan, who has written to request that it be deferred to some later dates, and that request has been acceded to. So question is deferred. The next segment is about statement responses, and we have responses to various statements. Honorable Dwelle, point of order.
Speaker, thank you very much for indulging me. Speaker, I want to thank the chair of the Committee on Security. He has tabled the report on my petition on double registration. And the Speaker, I also want to apologize for coming late. You have given direction that the matter be discussed next Wednesday. And Speaker, I really wanted the chair before Wednesday. There was a task force which I sought in my statement, which led to this matter done by government. If we could have the task force report before then, so that as we debate this matter, we can also get what the government, which they have recommended. They are saying that must be adopted. The task force that included the National Bureau of Registration, the National Government Administrative Officers, the elders, and the Immigration and National Intelligence Service. That report, it was a public task force used taxpayers' money. I'll be very happy, Mr. Speaker, if that can be availed to the House. But thank you for that direction.
Very well. Fortunately, the chair of the Committee on Administration and National Security is the one who is going to make responses to all the statements. Maybe he could also address that point. Honorable Mwadi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And in regard to that request, I will seek for your guidance as to whether then I can submit that report as an annex to the petition that was brought in by Honorable Dwale. If you guide so, then I'll be able to do so.
Yes, during debate, I think it will be, you would be perfectly entitled to do so as the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, I'm guided. Then, Honorable Speaker, I have responses to 4 statements. So if you indulge me, I could start.
Yes,
thank you. The first one, Honorable Speaker, is the response to a statement sought by Honorable Paul Mwirigi, MP, Igembe South constituency, who requested, among other things, to be informed of the following. Number 1, the Cabinet Secretary to explain why drivers are asked to pay police officers to provide police escort on the way to Mandera and back. 4, to explain whether the government can consider licensing miraa traders and drivers to hold guns for their safety since they pass through sections that are prone to attacks from terror groups such as Al-Shabaab. 5, to explain why there is a slow response from the police whenever they are called upon to attend to an emergency along the mentioned routes. And finally, 6, to explain why miraa transporters are asked to surrender their vehicles together with their commodities to the local drivers without formal agreement. And the response, Honorable Speaker, is as follows: that the National Police Service officers provide security along roads through mobile patrol from Kotulo to Mandera and Takaba, and to Mandera on the way back. Officers are not paid to provide security since this is the core mandate of the police. Secondly, that all road barriers within Mandera are manned by National Police Service officers under supervision by their respective commanders, and appropriate strategies have been put in place to ensure the movement and security of all traders, including miraa traders, are well secured all the way from Kotulo to Mandera and Takaba to Mandera and back. Thirdly, that the police officers provide convoy escorts for drivers on their way to Mandera. However, we noted that Miraa drivers most often than not do not seek police escort and prefer to operate on their own. The next point is that the Kenyans who meet the legal requirements to possess firearms are allowed to apply for license to acquire civilian firearms as per the Firearms Act, Cap 114, Section 5(1) of the laws of Kenya. And finally, Honorable Speaker, is that whenever an incident is reported, police officers act on the same promptly despite the communication challenges in the area. It is also advisable that all traders, including Miraa, to report to authorities any form of intimidation and enable investigations to be carried. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. That's a response.
Honorable John Paul Mwirigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson for the response. But, Mr. Speaker, after going through the response, I have seen that the response are not satisfactory. Because, Mr. Speaker, the response are obvious. They are explaining, Mr. Speaker, the duties of the police officers. But the CS, Mr. Speaker, did not go to details to the questions which I had asked because they are not respondent the way I had asked those questions. For example, question number 1, I was asking why the drivers are asked to pay the police officers in order for the escort to be provided. But, Mr. Speaker, in response, they have just told us the way the police provide the escort. So, Mr. Speaker, I would seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, to request the CS to answer or to respond to my statement to satisfactory. Because for example, the last question number 6, is not responded. It is not attended to. Because the question to the chairperson, I wanted him to explain why Miraa transporters are asked to surrender their vehicles together with the commodities. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no response regarding that to explain why they are requested to surrender. Mr. Speaker, remember this petition which I was seeking here, 3 people were killed on the way. There is no explanation to why or to the measures the ministry is taking to ensure that these people have already gotten the justice, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to request from you, to request the chairperson to go back to the CS to be provided with the satisfactory, Mr. Speaker, response.
Now I can see the Deputy Majority Whip also wants to weigh in.
Mr. Speaker, if you listened to the response by the chair, you'll find there is a serious discrepancy between what was sought and what he has responded to. He's just giving a routine of what should happen, but not what happens. Because what happens is that the police are paid to do those services. Second, on this specific incident, we actually, even when we were raising the statement that time, we explained that the survivor, one of the survivors, did disappear when the attack happened. And this fellow who disappeared had come all the way from Maua in the same lorry. And he is the one who is said to have coordinated the killings or the attack. Now you hear it's about Al-Shabaab. Mr. Speaker, this incident is not Al-Shabaab. It's business rivalry. So the Minister for Interior, when he's responding to this, he wants to be just another Mzee wa Baraza. When you hear gunshots, you think it is Al-Shabaab. No. can we seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, for the chair to take a week and they say what he has brought is an orange when we are asking for a mango? Can he go and bring an answer about the killing and raise the investigation? Because I've never heard another fella being asked to go and back and forth, and we are talking about murder of 3 people.
Now, I can see another one who has an interest. Honorable Irengo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the chairman to have reported exactly what he was given. But, Mr. Speaker, let me confess here that that is just a very superficial answer, which we all know that is what the police say. But the facts on the ground, Mr. Speaker, is that there are myriads of roadblocks on the road, and those roadblocks are manned by policemen, and they wait for these mirror lorries, and they extort money, and these people they drive on to their traps to be killed. Mr. Speaker, on this particular incident, the fellow who was in the same lorry with the deceased, he is the one who coordinated with the people and told them, we are at this spot, we have reached here, and when they got there, they put him in a motorbike, and they ran away with him. And when the police got hold of that person, they just told them to be reporting at the police station after 1 week, But they have not arrested him, and he is the one who was coordinating with the others. Mr. Speaker, the lady who survived the Kaweria, she was trapped in the vehicle from midnight to 9 in the morning when the others were already rotting outside there. They have been shot, and the police had not come. And the Kaweria herself confessed, and she talked to me, and she told me that those people, when they came, they started looking for that man who was in the vehicle, and they put him in a motorbike, and she saw it, and she reported that one in Maua police station. What has the minister done to follow those leads to save, to secure, or to do justice to our people who are killed? Mr. Speaker, the policemen never agreed to go to these vehicles. They charge 10,000 shillings for a trip to Moyale. And if you take 2 or 3, you have to pay 30,000. So when you tell us the policemen are supposed to give us services, they are selling those services there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the report.
Now, the honourable members, I think sometimes these matters are best dealt with by way of questions as opposed to statements. Because, you see, now you are putting the Honourable Mwadhi in a very difficult position, because you are now giving him details, graphics, which I'm sure, if the Cabinet Secretary himself was present in a meeting chaired by the Honourable Mwadhi, Honourable Mwadhi would give you the chance to pin him down on these supplementary issues, those supplementary questions, so that you can go to the root cause. But now, the Honourable John Paul Mwirege sought a statement, and it's not the Honourable Mwadhi who was going to give the detailed response. But the Honourable Mwadhi, I think maybe he wants to say something.
Yes, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the chance. And I hear the frustration from the members, but the manner in which the statement was sought and the 6 questions which I asked do not refer to anybody who was killed. Probably in the body or background information before the questions were put across, they may have alluded to that fact, in which case I had asked the minister whether there is any information or supplementary information that he would give regarding those who died, and he did, and I have forwarded to the member as an attachment to the statement. But as to whether the drivers are paid, the question number 1, the response is here. The minister says clearly, and I'm not defending him, that officers are not paid to provide security since this is their core mandate. As to the last question, why the transporters are asked to surrender their vehicles, the minister says it is also advisable that all traders, including Mira, to report to the authorities any form of intimidation to enable investigation. So he has attempted to answer in the manner that he has written here, and alluding to the fact that he is not aware that policemen or police officers are paid to give escort. Now, I agree with you totally that if then such happens, and we were to have this in form of a question, then the members would come and even ask supplementary questions, and indeed, like we did in one of the committees, submit evidence on information like those people who have been able to pay police officers, probably if they are given receipts and such things, or any evidence that we can use to actually pin them down that indeed they are paid to offer those services. But away from that, Honorable Speaker, I can only submit this as it is and explain in the manner I have. Thank you.
No, you know, that's the best, because you see, the Honorable Mwerigi, it appears like your two colleagues, the Honorable Maore and the Honorable Iringo, have some details which are not necessarily connected to this particular request. And I do recall that you actually, I think, you raised something different. There's another one, I think, which must be pending, which perhaps is the one which would have the details like the one the Honorable Iringo has raised. But let me give you, you're the one who raised the issue.
Mr. Speaker, the body of the petition has the whole of that details.
Petition?
Yeah, the statement. And Mr. Speaker, if those details are not in the statement, the supplementary information which came from the chairperson, Mr. Speaker, would not come, because the supplementary looks more detailed than the questions which are answered. That's why I'm requesting, Mr. Speaker, for the chairperson to go back to the CS so that the statement can be, my statement can be answered to satisfactory.
Honorable Mwerigi, John Paul, this is the direction. Honorable Mwadi, convert this to a question, invite the Cabinet Secretary, invite the Honorable Member and all other members that have information. That's the best way you can get to the details. Because even if it is back and forth between the person, the member seeking the statement, and the chairperson, we are not getting anywhere. So it's better convert it to a question, refer it to the Cabinet Secretary, invite him to come and respond in person, so that it is viva voce. Yeah, so that's the best way. We leave it at that, Honorable John Paul Mwerigi. Let the question, the statement request will be converted to a question, and then the Cabinet Secretary will come. That's not satisfactory.
Mr. Speaker, also, it is going to hear from the chairperson when the question will be available so that it cannot take long, because the people who we are discussing here, Mr. Speaker, are deceased, and the families want quick response from the Minister of Interior. Thank you.
Let the chairperson schedule a meeting for next week, Wednesday. No, members, there's so much, this is not business. And that's why we have to dispose of these things very quickly, because if this is what becomes business, then the core mandate of the House is lost. It's not, we want to go to, so let's go. Honorable Mwadi, you have another response.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, 12th May 2021, the Honorable Samuel Atandi MP, Alego Songa constituency, requested for a statement on insecurity in Coke Market, Alego Songa constituency, and particularly he sought the following. He stated whether any investigations had been carried out in persistent insecurity and theft of goods and breaking into shops at Dond Koki Market in Alego Songa constituency that had led to brutal killings of several security guards employed by traders and businessmen in the area. When the culprits will be apprehended and what measures have been put in place by government to curb insecurity in the area. Among them, ensure that security officers work with community to help them identify criminal terrorizing the community. 3, could the government consider enhancing security personnel at Karemo Assistant County Commissioner Office, which is the nearer police base, and ensure the officers embark on night patrol? And finally, to explain whether there is any role played by the local administration officers in these insecurity incidences, and if any, what action will be taken against officers involved? Which response, Honorable Speaker, is as follows. That on the night of 27th and 28th November 2020, at a known time in Bondi Baragul Market, one watchman by the name Amos Razier, a Maasai male adult aged 25 years from Tanzania, was murdered inside an incomplete building structure by unknown attackers. Police visited the scene and confirmed that the deceased had sustained a deep cut on the head and had a temporary permit to be in Kenya. Investigations were commenced by police file number 638/64/2020. No arrests have been made. Case pending under investigations. On the night of 29th and 30th April 2021, within Bondi Market, a watchman namely Kennedy Moret, a Teso male adult aged 55 years, who was guarding a wholesale shop owned by Fred Oya, was hit on the head by unknown people and died on the spot. The attackers broke into the shop and stole iron sheets and other commodities of unknown value. Police visited the scene and investigations were commenced by file number 634/110/2021. The case is pending under investigation. Honorable Speaker, investigations are at an advanced stage and appropriate action will be taken against any person found culpable. To ensure security for all, foot and mobile patrols have been enhanced to curb insecurity in the area. Similarly, the community living in the area has been working and supporting police officers to curb crime through sharing of information. The incidences so far reported in the area, and Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit the response.
Honorable Atandi, you don't know how to use the gadget. Please press the intervention button. Intervention button. Yes, that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by thanking the chair for some of these concerns by putting a few police officers to undertake patrols in the area. But I was surprised that in the month of July, because this response was given to me in the month of June, in the month of July, these arsonists again attacked the area and burnt about 6 homes. And again, that is another issue which has happened in the area. So I want to challenge the chair that even though the answer says that this issue was isolated, it was not, because in the month of July, that has happened. Secondly, Chair, it is very fashionable for the CS Interior to say that there is investigations which is going on. But when you look at it, once answers are read here, the story dies. And we have not even been told to date who are the people who are involved in this initial case which I reported here, which is being answered here. So I think what we need to do, Chair, is that, Honorable Speaker, is that you need to help us so that the CS for Interior is really answerable and is able to give us answers. We cannot have a police or a CID that does not arrest and investigate and arrest criminals when these issues occur. Because there is nobody who has been arraigned in court, there is nobody who has been arrested, and the police is involved in, in what I call, what they're investigating this thing forever. And these criminals continue to come back, and they continue to cause more harm and more damage to our people. Right now, this has been one of the most vibrant trading centers in that sub-location. Right now, there's no business person who is interested in opening even a shop in that area. So the insecurity in that area is going to cost us, that area to become, a ghost center.
Unfortunately, you are making this a debate. I know. That's why, honorable members, and I don't know, I still find a number of you still hesitant. That's why the former system, which used to allocate only 1 hour, 2:30 to 3:30, then you go to business. Because the people responsible would be here in the House to respond. What you are saying, Honorable Atandi, now, you can lecture the rest of us here, that nobody is willing, no, but what do you expect the chair of the committee to say, how in response? Yet, you chose the route of a statement. Now, you are saying that the chair should do this, the chair should do the other. But since it is a request for a statement, the only thing that the chair will do is to take it to sender, isn't it? To the person to whom it is destined. Can you respond?
Chair.
So, Honorable Atandi, this lengthy discourse is not helpful at all, because you chose the route of a statement. You should just say that you are not satisfied with the statement. The rest now you can leave it to your maker. I mean, because this is just jazz. It's not helping, Honorable Atandi. I can understand what you are doing is you are addressing your constituents. But now, are we going to sit here now, and we are not the constituents, to listen to you address us, that nobody wants to invest there now? And now, on a weekend, what you are saying would make a lot of sense out there in the village, in this market. But now here, you say the statement is not satisfactory, and then we move on. If you want, you can request that a better one be brought, but it will come from the same source.
Okay, Chair. Honourable Speaker, what I'm saying is that the response is inadequate, and I'm just trying to explain that even though in the response it is very clear that the CS is saying that the investigations were being done, it is now 2 or 3 months before anybody is arrested. So I don't think that is really something which is out of context. But anyway, I want to say, Honourable Speaker, that I agree with your direction, and I want to say that the statement is not satisfactory because it is actually a complete lie. There's nothing that has been done to this effect on the ground.
Yeah, what does the chair you've had is a complete lie. Now you say it's a complete truth. Where do we go from there?
Honorable Speaker, what I have read...
This House and the other House are fully seized with authority constitutionally to address this problem by looking at Article 152 of the Constitution. Sort out this problem, you guys, you members. I mean, because if the Honorable Mwali was the Cabinet Secretary for Internal Security, and you challenge him in the manner that you have, everybody would hear. And I will also be available to direct that go and bring a more satisfactory answer. But now, what do I tell you? I tell him to go and bring a more satisfactory answer from where? You still go to the same CS, because he doesn't sit in the executive. And you will begin now. Let's hear now from the Honorable Mwali, the chair of the committee.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know what the honorable member is saying is a complete lie. Whether he's saying I didn't read what I was given by the Cabinet Secretary. But what I want to confirm is that I read word for word, comma for comma, full stop for full stop, what I was given or what was submitted by the Cabinet Secretary. If there is any lie on the ground, I don't lie there in the ground. I don't know where the ground is, but I have brought it as it is. And I think, Honorable Speaker, you are guiding this House properly, that maybe probably it's a time we don't even start asking for statements. And we bring matters in form of questions so that we can invite the Cabinet Secretaries, and then you can now, one-on-one, face the Cabinet Secretary together with any other interested friends of the committee, to address the issue comprehensively. So, Honorable Speaker, I can only state what has been given to me, and I have no facts on the ground. I am not in charge of the police officers on the ground, not the ACCs on the ground. There is a system through the executive which is in charge. So only I've done is to convey the answer as given by the Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Speakers.
Let me listen to the point of order by the member for Mwaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for the direction you are actually giving, because we have seen severally good statements brought here, and I remember vividly one that was so passionate to me by Malulu Injendi, but it was a statement we could not be pursued further. So we are really actually changing to go to questions. But I want to inform you, Honorable Speaker, that even the questions, when we ask them, that particular minister does not answer them. Last week, this document was read here, and you remember I had complained about the same scenario the other time. And this time we were given a paper which showed which time the MP should come for his particular question. So I came much early, Honorable Speaker, at 9, and I was told, no, your question is at 2. Went to do my business, came back at 2. No person was available to answer this question. I called the clerk because the number of the clerk was on this paper, which I'm holding here, Honorable Speaker. And the clerk said they had got information just an hour to 2 that the minister was not coming. So there's a much deeper problem with that particular department of the Ministry for Interior. And it's high time, Honorable Speaker, directed that the minister be told to also come and answer those questions as we go the direction of questions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, members, but there's nothing to debate. See, the problem is you want to begin venting on this. Eh? No, it is not done that way. No, I mean, you'll be cry babies. Hmm? You'll be crying to who? The Honorable Mwadi has told you that he doesn't know what is on the ground, which is the truth. The person who knows what is on the ground has given that response. Because, and that's why it's so, it's unfortunate, but there are several others from the same. Now, let's hear this other statement now from, is it the one by the member for Turkana East?
Honorable Speaker, I have 2 more, and you realize that I have several. Even in the morning, I read 2 of them because I'm trying to clear the backlog, which has been in the committee. That's why I'm bringing them in these numbers. But I have 2 more. One which was sought by Honorable Dido Raso, and then the one for member for Turkana. Turkana East constituency.
Yes.
So, Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 8th July 2021, the Honorable Dido Raso, MP Saku, requested for statement on the militia attacks and killings in Saku constituency and Isiolo counties, and in particular sought the following, to be informed on the following. The powerful individuals cited to be involved in mobilizing, funding, and sustaining the militia attacks, and what efforts were being made to bring them to justice. And 2, what measures the government was undertaking to eliminate the militia and restore security in Saku constituency, Moyale, and Isiolo, and how many of these perpetrators have been arrested and successfully prosecuted since 2018. And finally, what efforts were made to recover the stolen livestock, which was raided in the full glare of security forces, and what efforts has been made to compensate and support families for loss of their livelihoods. As I answer this question, Honorable, as I give this response to the request for statement and the one that will follow, and probably subsequent security issues, it is also good to let the House know that I have scheduled a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary to be held on Friday this week to address us on the general state of containment of insecurity in the country, given the number of petitions and questions and issues of insecurity that have been raised by members. And during that meeting, Honorable Speaker, we also expect the county reports on peace building from the National Peace Building Secretariat, which is domiciled in the State Department of Interior, as well as giving us the state of preparedness of the country in terms of security for the forthcoming general election. So that is a 2 days engagement exercise, out of which we'll then generate a report and bring to this House.
But it will be good if members know a number of these members who have raised these issues. If they could also, if you are going to have the Cabinet Secretary, if they could also, if it's going to address the issue of insecurity in the country. This is what the Honorable Atandi is raising, the Honorable John Paul Mwirigi, and several other members I can see. I think if they could know when it is Cabinet Secretary is going to be present, so that they can, after he gives his general statement, members can raise these concerns with him, so that they don't keep bothering you or telling you that what you have given is unsatisfactory.
Very well, Honorable Speaker, and we'll get all members informed on the venue and the time that the Cabinet Secretary will be there, but he has scheduled for engagement for 2 days. That is Friday and Saturday, for those who will be available. Honorable Speaker, the response to this statement is as follows: that Saku constituency is in Marsabit Central, borders North Hall and to the north, and Laisamis to the south. The dominant tribes are the Gabra and Borana, who are in constant tribal conflict, which dates back to 1990s. This has immensely contributed to the high levels of social disintegration, malicious damage to property, loss of innocent lives, among others. The two warring communities have their own militia who are tasked to protect their, in quotes, electoral leadership, business community, and others in the political power are directly involved in the funding and sustaining the militia by purchasing of firearms, ammunition for protecting them. Police efforts to restore peace and bring to book perpetrators of violence have been a challenge due to lack of direct evidence to link them. In addition, the local community is unwilling to betray their leaders. Honorable Speaker, in a bid to eliminate the militia and restore security in Marsabit, the government, through the police and other security stakeholders, has constantly employed the following measures. 1, deployment of additional officers in volatile areas and outposts. 2, enhanced police patrols within town and its outskirts. 3, peacemaking initiatives through the local administrators, elders, and other key stakeholders. 4, erecting barriers and roadblocks to curb trafficking of small arms and other weapons. However, there is an urgent need for the disarmament exercise in Marsabit County to flush out militia who are in possession of illegal firearms. There are plans to deploy a detachment of special forces at the county level. Similarly, consideration should be made for the allocation of adequate resources and the deployment of specialized equipment like armored personnel carriers. Honorable Speaker, the local leadership, through the chiefs and assistant chiefs, have been engaged in peace negotiations within the warring communities with the aim of returning the stolen livestock to the farmers. A policy has been developed that every chief take responsibility in case the footsteps of stolen stock reach their area of jurisdiction. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also wish to thank the chairman. I don't want to shoot the messenger, but what is clearly coming out is the failure of our security system and paralysis of government, where we are being told that politicians have militias and nothing is being done. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for your immediate ruling that we need to debate the petition that I made on the floor of this House. I think during that petition, a lot of issues are going to come out. I also want to thank members of this committee who traveled to Marsabit, and they were able to listen to issues that were raised by different communities who live in Marsabit. And to a great extent, I think at the end of the day, the responsibility must lay somewhere. Kenya is not Somalia or any other failed state. In 30 years, I worked in KDF, and I know the capacity of this country to bring any issues under control fast and also viciously. But I think in this particular instant, my people have been failed by my government. But I will contribute during that report tabling so that some of the issues now we can bring it forward to the government apparatus and to see where things have failed and what should be done. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, but you see, the Honorable Judge Uganya, Honorable Raso is the one who sought the statement, or because of proximity?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to join Honorable Raso in thanking Mr. Mamwadi for the response. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you very well know, and the nation knows, it's a serious insecurity problem in Marsabit. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I totally concur with my colleague Raso that it's because our government have failed to provide leadership and deal with the issue of insecurity that it has come to this level. Mr. Speaker, sir, now that this House is seized of this matter, I really hope during that debate we'll be able to come to the bottom of this problem. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to thank the President who took leadership in this issue and actually convened all the leadership of elected leadership of Marsabit County to State House to enable us to deal with this issue once and for all. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the resolution from this House and the resolution of this House, I strongly believe will bring lasting peace to Marsabit. I thank you.
Well, I hope as many members as possible will have an opportunity to look at that report, because I saw it's a detailed report on that petition, so that also in debating, we debate it objectively, so that the resolutions that the House passes will be capable of implementation, failing which then the House can take the necessary action against whomever it is that is bound to implement the resolutions. The Honorable Mwadi, I think, give us the next one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And in that last one, I'm sure during the debate on the petition, we'll be able to pick most of the issues. But again, I request members, especially those who have issues on serious insecurity, to get in touch with our Secretariat for information on the location and the timings of our meeting with the Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Speaker, the next request for statement was made on Tuesday, 8th June 2021, by the Honorable Rokiru Muhammad Ali, MP, Turkana East constituency, regarding the resurgence of cattle raids and killings in Turkana East. In particular, he requested to be informed on the following. 1, what measures the government was taking to address the resurgence of raids of conflicts among communities in Baringo East, West Pokot, and Turkana East. B, the measures the government had put in place to stop further raids. C, what efforts were put in place to recover the stolen animals and arrest the perpetrators of such raids. And finally, 4, or D, urgent steps which were put in place to assist communities in those areas to manage and utilize the available resources and address the conflict arising from the boundaries. Which response, Honorable Speaker, is as follows. The Turkana East Sub-County is generally vast area covering 11,396 square kilometers, and that it borders Turkana South constituency to the west, Sigor constituency to the southwest, Tiati constituency to the southeast, and Samburu North constituency to the east. And the chronology of events that occurred as follows. One, that on 12th May 2021, and not 12th March, as put by the honorable member, gunmen believed to be Pokot bandits attacked Turkana herdsmen at Riet, a newly established Manyata situated about 120 kilometers north of Lokori police station, where there is no single security road, either as an entry or exit point. Police officers from the station visited the scene, which was established to be a Manyata called Napak Arengan. The attackers allegedly drove away 90 heads of cattle belonging to one Mr. Ekatapan. There was no clear indication that the bandits killed any Turkana herdsman, since nobody was found, either at the scene or within the neighborhood. Concerted efforts by police officers to return to the same areas on 13th May 2021 and on 14th May 2021 to trace witnesses bore no fruit. Even the local people who would have been eyewitnesses failed to verify whether there was any body. Additionally, there were no registration or stroke identification document bearing the names of Ekatapan Yolelel, Lowoi, what is being claimed. Two, on 30th April 2021, there was no report made to the police station of any banditry attack. At 21, there was no incident that took place. However, on 21st May 2021, at around 15:20 hours, gunmen believed to be Pokot bandits attacked Turkana herdsmen in the grazing fields at Riet area, situated around 120 kilometers north of Rokori police station, a remote village with no entry or exit route. A joint security team from Lokori immediately responded. The team managed to recover 620 goats and 470 herds of cattle from the bandits, which were later handed back to the Turkana herdsmen. 5, that on 3rd June 2021 at around 09:30 hours, Pokot bandits indiscriminately shot at the residents of Lomelo village, who were erecting a fence between the densely populated village and Silale Primary School, injuring 3 people as follows. 1, Arupe Naidokwang, a Turkana male adult aged 30 years, was shot at the left shoulder. 2, Musa Namaire, a Turkana male adult aged 25 years, was shot at the right shoulder. And 3, Robert Askol, a Turkana male adult aged 29 years, was shot at the right knee.
Have they become persons of
the bandits exchanged fire with the rapid deployment units, that's RDU personnel, based at Lomelo, who repulsed them towards Silale Hills. The bandits unfortunately shot dead Lomoit Longor, a Turkana male adult aged 45 years, and Ebunu Longor, a Turkana male adult aged 52 years, who were getting fencing materials away from the village on the bandits' escape route. Nothing was stolen during the attack. The security team repulsed the bandits towards the direction of Tiati West and overpowered them. The security team did not sight the livestock that were initially reported stolen during the fire exchange. However, the children who were allegedly abducted by the bandits were later traced and found unhurt, since they had run away from Katamanak, Manyata, to hide in bushes. Honorable Speaker, the recovery efforts in place to recover stolen animals include, number one, liaising with the neighboring communities by sharing criminal intelligence reports. Two, building the capacity of the security teams with communication tracing gadgets in conjunction with mobile service providers to assist in easy tracing of perpetrators. Number three, digital branding of livestock being introduced. Number four, cessation of livestock transportation from within and outside the hotspot areas. Number five, closure of all livestock markets within the affected areas and the introduction of stringent livestock movement regulations by the relevant authorities. Number six, putting in place quick response teams and security officers. Number seven, encouraging the community leaders in peace forums in mentoring and advising the local population to embrace modern means of growing their economy and doing away with the retrogressive culture of cattle rustling. Through thorough investigation, that's number 8, thorough investigations into any reported incident on attacks. Honorable Speaker, the measures the government is taking to address the resurgence of raids or conflicts among communities in Turkana East include the following. One, sharing of criminal, let me pick that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the measures government is taking to address the resurgence of raids or conflicts among communities in Turkana East include the following. Number one is sharing of criminal intelligence reports with communities through the national government administrative officers. Number two is intensified security patrols and proactive policing along the common border with the neighboring country. Number three, advising on the need to open up security roads by Turkana County government in order to reach inaccessible human settlements and grazing fields which are predisposed to banditry attacks. Number four, intensified patrols within affected and common boundaries by security personnel. Number five is conducting joint security operations to flush out bandits. Number six, conducting surveillance and early warning systems through situation reports and sharing of information about any impending attacks. Number seven, endeavoring to recover stolen livestock with a view to of handing them back to the rightful owners through community elders. Number eight, engaging respective local leaders and elders in holding regular peace meetings, prevail upon communities to desist from retaliatory attacks, raids, and embracing peaceful coexistence. Number nine is posting of specialized units within the affected areas. And number 10, holding joint county security and intelligence committee meetings. Honorable Speaker, despite the recent boundary attacks and raids by suspected pursuit from neighboring county, Turkana East Sub-County has remained relatively calm as a result of intensified patrols and conducted by uniformed units. Cases of cattle rustling in the recent past has drastically reduced due to increased patrols by security agents. The Turkana community is not an innocent bystander in the security incidents. Some members of the community have also engaged in aggressive activities against their neighbors. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to submit. Thank you.
Member for Turkana East, the Honorable Mohamed Okiru. Now, honorable members, again, now if your request is being made, your statement is being read out and you are not in the chamber, again, that is not very good. Wish we had known, we would have just tabled it so that we could save time. We are quite many in this house, So, you know, we need to save time. Anyhow, it is the same, goes the same. Member for Mvita.
Because I had had a word with the chair, and through, of course, your indulgence, they had informed me pretty late last evening that I was meant to be here for the morning at 9:30, and I requested. I informed the chair and his clerk as well, who in turn say they notified the table office on the changes that they were going to put my response in the afternoon. And I came hoping that that would have been done. And once again, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, if the chair would be more than willing to do that right now.
Madam Mwadi, are you able to, do you have this response?
Yes, I did, but what happened in the morning, the speaker then told me to submit, and I did submit to the clerk the same response. So I don't have it here.
So the statement has been tabled?
Yes.
Unless the Honorable...
Unless you...
Honorable Abdul Samad has... have you read it? If you have, you can say what you want. Another lamentation. Is it about... yes, Honorable Mwadi, what do you...
What the honorable member did is he asked that, despite the fact that I tabled, then he was asking that if I could read so that he could engage further.
No, there's no point of reading. If he has it and it is tabled, he's the one now who can raise whatever issue. I believe by form of further lamentation, as the others have. But of course, honourable members, it is fair to, when you look at your constitution, Article 153, Clause 3 provides, quote, a cabinet secretary shall not be a member of parliament, close the quote. I thought it was that should be one of the easiest things to deal with, to address this problem. Honorable Abdul Samad.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as you rightfully put it, this is nothing else except to express the displeasure in the kind of responses. And Mr. Speaker, one, this was something I raised on 19th of May, 2021. We are now in August. And the issue that was here was people have a right, and a constitutional right, to be able to demonstrate, to picket, Mr. Speaker. And this is envisaged in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the response that the security CS gave is that, and I just want to, the government is guided by the Public Order Act as measures outlines on how to handle peaceful demonstrations and allow freedom of expression. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at all this, they've quoted the Public Order Act. The Constitution of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, first of all, the rights that are there in the Bill of Rights itself belong to an individual and are not granted by the state. That means they're not a favor. Someone who wants to be able to demonstrate and picket, Mr. Speaker, it is not a favor that they're asking the state. And Mr. Speaker, it even goes ahead and says the Bill of Rights applies to all laws and binds all state organs and all persons. And Mr. Speaker, equally, every person is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the same law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only limitations when it comes to matters to do with demonstrations and picketing is unless they were propagating war. There's no one who's ever propagated war. Unless, Mr. Speaker, there was an incitement to violence, no one has ever incited violence. Unless, Mr. Speaker, there was hate speech, there's never been hate speech. And there's never been advocating any form of hatred, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these rights of fundamental freedom in the Bill of Rights shall not be limited except by law. And the Constitution even goes ahead, Mr. Speaker, to even give from A to E And for purposes of time, I'll not read each one, but from A to E, the reasons that are supposed to be in that law. And I've looked at the Public Order Act. There is nowhere at all that is given. And I'm only saying this. It is not about demonstrations that were being done in Mombasa alone, but every single one of us needs to actually question this, because people will be aggrieved and people will need to demonstrate, whether it is the people of Pokot, it is the people of Lamu, it is the people of Kisumu, it is the people of Nyeri, and in this instance, it was the people of Mombasa, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that the security organs will follow the supreme law in this country, and that is the constitution of this country.
Well, I believe that Honorable Mwadi may not have anything to say in response, because the grounds for derogation are already well provided for under Article 24. Unless the Honorable Abdul Swamand is alleging derogation of rights. Because I have not heard you say, you have just stated the law as says in the Bill of Rights, which you have not, I don't know whether you have alleged it has been violated or, because I don't know what is Honorable Mwadi supposed to respond, how is he supposed to respond? Or are you suggesting that the Public Order Act is in violation, in contravention of the Bill of Rights?
Sorry, I had to shift, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not suggesting that the Public Order Act is in any way in contravention or has gone against the Constitution. But what I am insinuating is that the security organs should not use the Public Order Act without quoting necessary provisions and necessary clauses that allow them to be able to stop this. And as much as I say, this was something that was being done in May, but I'm not expecting further response from the chair. But I just wished to be able to stand and give caution to the House that I hope this is not going to be used, these excuses are not going to be used continuously to deny Kenyans their rights.
Very well, I see the Honorable Mwadi wants to say something. I don't know whether you have addressed the issue of limitation of rights. Honorable Mwadi?
Well, I remember the contents of the response, Honorable Speaker. And one of the contentions of the Cabinet Secretary is that, yes, that right is guaranteed by the supreme law, that is the Constitution. But again, it shouldn't infringe on the rights of the others as they also picket. And that they only needed to inform the OCS, security apparatus, and also choose the demonstration route so that then they don't interfere with the others and infringe onto their rights. That's the only one.
Allow them to come beyond the gates here, purporting to picket. They will picket out there or go to Uhuru Park and they can sleep there the whole day or night. But we will not allow them to come and picket in the chamber. We have our own rules, because the rights here are also equally protected. So you know, it is not absolute. It is not absolute. And I think there's no need to debate, because we are not giving any specifics, Honorable Abdulsamad.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the Chair's views, and it is true, and you're very right, that these rights to be able to demonstrate and picket are defined, and actually the Public Order Act is that, and necessary regulations that followed after is that the police need to be notified. Well, in this instance, they were notified. They were notified, they were informed, no rights were infringed, no one else's rights were infringed, and we want to do things based on law, based on the Constitution. Of course, we do not want to do something. I mean, you cannot start going to, as you rightfully put it, you can't expect people to start picketing inside precincts of Parliament or go to State House and start. But in this particular instance, Mr. Speaker, I was part and parcel of it because I saw the day that the police were informed in writing by the organizers, and it is only on the day when people wanted to demonstrate is when the police decided to use a massive force. So I'm in agreement, but it is the way that even the response, if you see the response, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want us to engage too much in it, but I'm just giving caution and just probably opening up the ears of every single member here, that I hope this is not going to be used as an excuse for anyone else who in future would wish to be able to demonstrate against anything.
But of course, I appreciate what you have said, Honorable Abdul Swamad, and the Honorable Mwadi, since taking over as the chair of this committee, and he's really been addressing the issue of the backlog. Your request was in May, the others were made in June, and you can see he's moving with speed to try and as much as possible to bring all of them so that we are up to date. Now, if this incident was responded to maybe a week or two after you raised it, it would have been fresh. Maybe if you say you are part of the demonstrators, perhaps you would have told us how much tear gas you are inhaling or was still inside you. But now I'm sure you are now quite safe. You may not quite remember what else happened that you could have told us perhaps at that time that you took off in a particular direction, either fell down, you tripped. It would have been a lot, it would have been fresh in the minds of everybody. But now, 3 months down the road, the bonga points, I'm sure that's why you don't want to pursue it. The bonga points are not there. Honorable Sankok, you also are part of the
Honorable Speaker, thank you, first of all. And I think you are very right in guiding us, that your rights stop at where mine begins. And what I'm worried about is that the Honorable Member, Abd Samar, is the one complaining about the police. And they are now in government, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, your presidential candidature have caused a lot of jitters in all quarters. Even the ones whom we think they are in government, they are almost getting out because they know now they have really to handle your candidature, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, even after declaring your candidature, you are still very fair to this House. So we thank you very much. So I think the Honorable Peter Mwadi is just a postmaster. You have come with a response, and I think it is in order for him to accept the response and maybe to attend when the Interior Security Minister, CS, will be there, Honorable Speaker, so that they can now answer one on one. But Honorable Speaker, coming from him, I don't know if this issue of the handshake is now causing some problems, because they are now the ones complaining and crying the loud. It's just like when Kawanjiko won. It was my party, which is a ruling party, now going to court to say that our votes are stolen. It has never happened anywhere in the world. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, now let's go to business. Now let's go to business. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Procurement of external audit services for the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018 to 2019 and 2019 to 2020.
The Chairman, Public Accounts Committee, Honorable Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Sorry, Honorable Wandai, before we, the member for Yatta indicated he was rising on a point of order. Honorable Charles Kilonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. In the morning, the member for Kamukunji, Honorable Yusuf, did bring up, alert the House on the passing on of Honorable George Gregory Ndenge, who was a member of this House for very many years, Mr. Speaker, and we had requested that you afford this House more time to enable us, Mr. Speaker, recognize the role which Honorable George Gregory Ndenge played in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to pass my condolences and those of my constituency and other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, to the family. Honorable George Ndenge was an icon of Kenya's independence struggle. He was in the league of the founding fathers of this country, the League of the People for Democracy in this country, Mr. Speaker. He was the last surviving Lancaster House politician after the passing on of our second president, Mzee Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Mr. Speaker, he was one of the authors of Kenya's first constitution and part of the Lancaster team that fought for Kenya's freedom, Mr. Speaker. He served as a member of Legico, Mr. Speaker, being the legislative house, or rather the Legislative Council of Kenya, between 1907 to 1963. And he represented the larger area of the then Machakos district, which includes the current Machakos district and Makueni County, up to 1960. He served also as a member of parliament, representing what used to be called Eveti South constituency in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. Mr. Speaker, during the era of multi-party politics, this is the time, Mr. Speaker, you could tell who are the real men. Very few men had the guts to stand against Kanu. The single party ruled then, Mr. Speaker. He was among those leaders, Mr. Speaker, because he was a Democrat. He was elected in 1992 to represent Kamukunji constituency. Mr. Speaker, he was an architect of the Second Liberation. He was a founding member of the Forum for Restoration of Democracy, Rutherford. And Mr. Speaker, this gentleman, this Mzee, is a respected elder, a statesman, a true Democrat, a man who loved this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, unlike today's times, during that time, members of parliament basically being paid allowances. Mr. Speaker, it is a lesson for us to know that there's a life after parliament. Mr. Ndenge, Honorable Ndenge, Mzee Ndenge, at the age of 80s, he was still doing business because he needed to survive. He was a visitor and a commoner once in a while in our restaurant. And one strange thing about Honorable Ndenge, he will not accept any member to buy him lunch or a cup of tea. I had the opportunity because he was a friend of my dad and also being my clansman. In a few occasions, he would accept to take lunch from me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those who were there will remember one of the worst accidents in this country, November 9th, 1978. This Mzee lost 9 of his children plus his wife in a single accident. It has been the worst accident involving a family to date, Mr. Speaker. And there's something which, Mr. Speaker, he did, because he could not attend the funeral of his children. He said there's no point of keeping them long. Bury my family within 2 days. Nowadays, Mr. Speaker, we have made funerals a commercial enterprise. He was not able to attend the funeral of his children, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, having known him, because even at that advanced age, I've seen him attend functions in my constituency, and more so functions where he had friends and clansmen, that, Mr. Speaker, this country has lost a great man. If there are people we need to consider in naming places, are those people who fought independence and second liberation, Mr. Speaker. May his soul rest in peace.
Maybe I'll allow a few members. Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also join my colleague, Honorable Kilonzo, in mourning this great man of this country. Honorable Speaker, on my own behalf, on behalf of my family, and on behalf of the Kitui Central people, the good people of Kitui Central, who have sent me to this house, I want to convey my condolences to the family and the friends of Honorable Nzenge. As it has been said, the Honorable Speaker, Mzee Nzenge, who was actually common in this compound. He would come visiting. And the end time we met him, I would say he was really an excellent role model for some of us who are young politicians. This is an honorable member, Mr. Speaker, who, in addition to fighting for the liberation of this country, also fought for the second liberation in terms of democracy through Ford. And Honorable Speaker, as Msenzenge rates, I think we have a lot of lessons as leaders of this country to learn from his life. This is an old man, even after retiring from this honorable house, Honorable Speaker, went out there and continued doing business to take care of his family. After losing 9 members of his family, he actually started a new chapter in life. And he has currently has another family. So we have so many lessons we can learn, Honorable Speaker. And I think I would urge my colleagues to really look at the life of this Mzee and pick the positives. And let's run away with them in terms of the way we live and the way we conduct our business. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Let me start by sending my heartfelt, sincere condolences on my own behalf, on behalf of my family, and on behalf of 6.5 million Kenyans with disabilities I represent in this House. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable Speaker, he is an independent former member of this House, Honorable Speaker. He fought for independence, Honorable Speaker. He's a freedom fighter, Honorable Speaker, and also for the second liberation, he participated, Honorable Speaker. If there are people we need to honor in this country and name streets and stadiums after them, it is him, Honorable Speaker, not the likes of Atuli, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it was so shameful for us to name some octogenarians who have decided to stay for long and to refuse to retire in the trade union, Honorable Speaker, while we are capping the term limit of presidential candidates and governors, Honorable Speaker. So this is a man that we need to name maybe a street or a road, Honorable Speaker, after him, Honorable Speaker, so that we can honor such heroes, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. May his soul rest in peace.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On my behalf and behalf of my family and the people of Funyula constituency, I send my condolences to the family of Mzee George Nthenge. I came to hear George Nthenge during the clamor for multi-party democracy when he joined with other political icons who have shaped the history of this country. Of course, after that, I had heard of him concerning the accident that wiped out his family, and I admired his resilience to start a new family and forge on. Honorable Speaker, indeed, as my colleagues have said, the role he played in this country, he needs recognition, and we need to learn to recognize our people before they die, not recognizing them posthumously. Of course, Honorable Speaker, my colleague like Songkok has never contested and won anything, so he might not understand why it means to contest and win at national level and international level. We wish one day he would get healed so that he cannot hide behind his physical disability and keep on insulting everybody whom he does not like. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the people of Makueni, who were one time represented by the Honorable Nthenge, on behalf of my family and the political party of his association at some point, we wish to pass our condolences to his family and say that Honorable Nthenge has been a good role model to many politicians. He participated in Second Restoration and ran under Ford Asili after the split of the original Ford, and was elected as a member for Kamukunji. And how he quit politics is that he decided not to vie anymore, Mr. Speaker, because he thought he was no longer be useful to the new style of politics which had come up, and where he found that he was not being useful to the people. and I decided to call it quits, and I went into business in retirement and kept on mentoring politicians. I want to state one of the good things about him I knew is that he loved his family very much, even after he lost it through a tragic road accident, where he used to commute from Machakos and bring his children to school early in the morning, and one of the misty days the accident happened. He still carried his wife's passport, even up to, up to recently, and they will boast about his family and say how great she was and how he kept on missing his family despite moving on and having another family. But the best thing he ever did in this country, Mr. Speaker, is to fight for first and second liberation. And let me join the others calling upon the nation or the county governments, either in Makueni, Machakos, or Nairobi, or even the national government, that, Mr. Speaker, we name either university or even a road or a monument, and even probably have a monument in the name of George Tenke. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if you may allow me, because of my glasses, to just temporarily remove the mask, because I want to refer to some notes here, which are very weighty.
On this one?
No.
No. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Let me then just also express my condolences to the family, friends, and former colleagues of the late Honorable George Ntenge. Mr. Speaker, everybody who was of age in the early 90s cannot forget the contribution, the immense contribution and sacrifices that Honorable George Ntenge made in the liberation of our country from the neo-colonialists, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ntenge, despite his advanced age even then, was so courageous that you could not believe. Mr. Speaker, this country has indeed lost a gallant son whose contribution shall remain in the records of this nation's history. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ntenge was also a nationalist to the core. And that's why, indeed, in the year 1992, despite having his background in Ukambani, he chose to run for an MP seat in Kamkunji, and he won overwhelmingly, Mr. Speaker. Some of us who are very young then really got inspiration from this old man. May God rest his soul in eternal peace. Thanks.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Navaholo, and that of myself and that of my family, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to pass my condolences to the family and friends of the late Honorable Ntenge. Honorable Speaker, history can never be rewritten, and history will always remain history. Honorable Speaker, this is a great man who has enabled us to be where we are. He perfected in his art, Honorable Speaker, in pushing the agenda of the people of Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, what happened in 1992, the changeover from the old constitution to the repeal of Section 2A, Honorable Speaker, this great man was part of the journey, and that is why we can stand here, Honorable Speaker, and be very happy, very free, and talk freely. Initially, Honorable Speaker, you could talk anything, but find yourself behind the bars. But courtesy of this great man, we are free politicians. We can speak what we have. We can speak our mind and leave it gone. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is one man whom we can really celebrate. For those, Honorable Speaker, who would want to wish him well, I want to say my sincere condolences to the family, and may God rest his soul in eternity. Thank you.
Yeah, we are going to limit, but so that we can go to business. But let me hear the member for Nairobi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to convey my condolences to the family of the late Mzee George Ntenge. And hearing his story, how he lost his family, wife, 9 children, I was really touched. But we have a merciful God I know that he ended up with other children and other family members. He has a son called Edward. And he is an example of the Kenya we want. He started his politics in Machakos in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and as a member of parliament. And then he moved to Nairobi County and became a member of parliament for Kamkunji. So that's the Kenya we want, where any Kenyan can go across this country and be able to stand and represent people without feeling that I don't belong, or I'm not of this community, or I'm not of this tribe. I mean, Nairobi is a home away from home, but the fact that he started his politics in Machakos and then he ventured into politics in Nairobi is commendable. I know that because, again, as I said, we have a merciful God, that he is reunited with his family, and may his soul rest in peace.
And for his role and participation in the meeting held on the 16th of November, 1991 at Kamukunji, the late Honorable George Gregory Wilson Denge found himself arraigned in a court not in Nairobi, where the meeting took place, but in Machakos. And the rest is history. You're talking about the great man. No wonder he subsequently ran for and won the Kamukunji seat, because he was still set free, or where he appeared, the person dealing with him found absolute nonsense, having been himself in the meeting on the 16th of November, 1991. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable Wanyonyi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the chance. I want to take this opportunity on my own behalf and the people of Trans Nzoia and Kwanza in general to send my heartfelt condolence to the family of the late Mzee George Thenge, who is a founder member of the party in which up today I'm still belong to Fort Kenya. It was Ford at that time, of course after sometimes became Fort Kenya. And I knew Mzee as somebody who was a nationalist. And I saw him at one time, I think when he was driving with the James Orengo in town here, looking for democracy of this country. And therefore, I take this opportunity to say thank you for his work he's done, and to let him go and rest. I think he's a man that actually worked for democracy of this country, and he'll go down history in this country as somebody who actually restored democracy in this country. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity on behalf of my family, people of Mwingi West, and friends to mourn person of Honorable George Thenge. Mr. Speaker, this man was born the same here with my grandfather. And Mr. Speaker, I recall one instance of 1978 when his children passed away. My mom actually is the one who used to tell me about this story. Mr. Speaker, this Nzege went through very difficult time during that time. And this takes a special art actually for any man to survive losing 9 members of the family. Mr. Speaker, Nzege will be remembered by many of the people he interacted with as a courageous, able, and also very generous person, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recall in 2017 when I came to these houses, when the first time I met him physically, and he looked very, very composed and also very helpful to young legislators. And we recall that the cause of his death was due to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to tell Kenyans that this disease is real, and we need to take an extra step of protecting our elderly from this disease. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I say rest in peace, Honorable George Thenge. Thank you.
Honorable Kaluma.
Yes, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, around the time of Kamkunji meeting in 1991, I was in Form 1 at St. Joseph School, Rapogi. And what I saw, Honorable George Nthenge, Honorable Martin Shikuku, Honorable James Orengo, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is an imprint in my mind about what a patriotic Kenya or Kenyans should do for political and civil liberties in their country and for democracy to prosper. The image of those leaders I've mentioned together with others on a bare pickup tells us and reminds us as leaders today that possibly when we are just thinking about our ethnic origins and belonging to political parties, we could be underperforming and doing a disservice to this country. I think in his death we owe it to him and the spirit of those who have believed in Kenya that we be united and we follow up the vision and our constitution as we currently are. I wish his family God's comfort and may he rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finally, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Suba North, I wish to give my condolences to the family and friends and to Kenya in general for the death of Honorable George Nthenge. Mr. Speaker, this was a real Democrat in the days when democracy was actually or really had any meaning. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately now, we have people who purport to be Democrats and who are not. Democracy has become on sale, and we wear it and remove it like petticoat. We don't take it seriously because we have very, very short memories like that of our top. We forget where we have come from as a country, and we have made democracy a very cheap issue. Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to members talk about their own memories of 91. Mr. Speaker, I remember on that specific, there was a specific day, I think it must have been Sabasaba, that I was on my way to visit a friend of mine in Nyahururu. And it was a great day in this country. And that time I didn't know that I would one time also be a leader in this house. But we stood outside as the great leaders were passing, and we were shouting and screaming. And Mr. Speaker, in that entourage, there were Kikuyus, there were Luos, there were Luyas. The common agenda was democracy. But unfortunately, right now, we have moved to tumbocracy, we have forgotten democracy. And even when we are talking about democracy, it's basically to further agenda of making ourselves richer and pushing other people down. We only change the language, make it flowery, change the terminology, but we have forgotten about Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, how I pray that we go back to the height from which we have fallen and consider Kenyans first and not ourselves first, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it is a tragedy that in this country, when we lose great heroes, we come and eulogize them for 1 or 2 minutes, go to their funerals, play politics, and they are long forgotten. We need to take it more seriously, Mr. Speaker, that those who fought for the democracy of this country, Mr. Speaker, that we do something more serious to them when they are alive, Mr. Speaker. Even if they have already died, we need to remember their own families so that people can know it pays to fight for this country. Mr. Speaker, I know there were days when I was in the university that if you were to read an article, you had to hide in the toilet. I think there was Beyond magazine. And now when I look at the things that for which we were being made to hide in the toilet, Mr. Speaker, I know there's a member of parliament who was jailed for saying that one of these days you'll be surprised to see Mwai Kibaki as the president of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, may we never forget that democracy came at a price, and let us not play democracy with it. And I wish yet again to reiterate my condolences to the Honorable Nthenge and family. Thank you.
Very well. Next order. We'd already moved to order number 8, yeah? Honorable Wandai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the procurement of external audit services for the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, August 5th, 2021, and pursuant to Article 226, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution and Section 43 of the Public Audit Act, number 35 of 2015, approves the appointment of MS Ronalds Limited Liability Partnership to audit the accounts of the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020. Mr. Speaker, in moving this motion, I wish to, of course, to thank my committee members, led by the Vice Chair, Honorable Jessica Mbalu, for the immense contribution they have put in to make this report a reality. Mr. Speaker, Article 226, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution, of course, provides that the National Assembly is required from time to time to appoint a professionally qualified accountant to audit the books or the financial statements of the Office of the Auditor General. It should be remembered, Mr. Speaker, that this is the second of such appointments that we are asking this House to make. The first appointment that this House made was in respect of PKF Kenya Limited, which was procured, Mr. Speaker, to audit the financial statements of the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2014-2015, 2015-2016, 2016-2017, and 2017-2018. This time round, Mr. Speaker, we are simply asking this House to approve the appointment of this other firm, MS Ronalds Limited, to undertake the audit of the statements for just 2 financial years, 2018-19 and 2019-20. Mr. Speaker, the committee received a report, and indeed, the committee received evidence from none other than the Clerk of the National Assembly, which evidence entailed the process that was undertaken by the Procurement Department of the National Assembly to procure these services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee was satisfied with the manner in which the process of this procurement was undertaken. It was indeed satisfied that it was above board and fulfilled the requirements of not only the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, but also the Constitution. And therefore, the committee is confident enough that this House will be doing a right thing if indeed, in its wisdom, it proceeds to approve this appointment, the appointment of this firm. Mr. Speaker, the tendering process was above board in the sense that it was an open tender by way of request for proposals, which was sent out And the tender was advertised in February 2021 in leading media outlets. A pre-bid meeting was held on the 17th of April, same year, and the bid response was such that 8 firms in total, 8 firms responded. An evaluation exercise was undertaken in the normal manner, Mr. Speaker. And through this evaluation, which of course included preliminary or mandatory evaluation, technical evaluation, financial evaluation, and eventually a determination of the highest combined score. Through this elaborate process, Mr. Speaker, the firm of MS Ronalds Limited was identified, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker then considered and approved the award to MS Ronalds Limited at a total consultancy fee of Kenya shillings 18,469,520 shillings. A notification of intention to enter into a contract was therefore issued to this firm and duly accepted on 25th May 2021. And there was no appeal from any of the other bidders within the prescribed period, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this committee, the Public Accounts Committee, is putting a request to the House to consider approving the appointment of this firm. Mr. Speaker, it must be understood that the Public Accounts Committee, of course, oversees all ministries, all state departments, all commissions, all constitutional commissions, and all independent offices, which includes the Office of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. And of course, all the other arms of government, which includes the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General plays a very important role in the management of public resources, in putting scrutiny in the management of public resources. The Speaker, under Article 229, Subarticle 8, that office has got only 3 months, not 3 months really, Article 229, Subarticle 4. The Office of the Auditor General has got 6 months. 6 months from the end of a financial year to undertake its audit work and submit its report to the National Assembly, or to Parliament for that matter. The National Assembly, on the other hand, under Article 229, Subarticle 4, has got only 3 months. 3 months upon the submission of the audit report to examine them and take appropriate action. Mr. Speaker, this therefore means that that office is one of the busiest offices you can never think of in this country, under the Constitution of Kenya 2010. It therefore follows, Mr. Speaker, that that office, in the exercise of its mandate, also utilizes public funds, which are appropriated by this House. The Office of the Auditor General, just like any other state agency or entity, utilizes funds appropriated by the National Assembly. And since it cannot audit itself, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the framers of the Constitution, in their wisdom, under Article 226 of Article 4, decreed that an external auditor be appointed by this House to audit the accounts of the Office of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the first such audit ever undertaken under Article 226 of Article 4 by PKF Kenya Limited in respect of 4 financial years, as I've mentioned earlier, has been concluded. And indeed, the House is seized. The House is seized of the report of PKF Kenya Limited on the accounts of the Office of the Auditor General for those 4 financial years, 2014-15, 15-16, 16-17, and 17-18. And shortly, the Public Accounts Committee will be commencing examination of that report with a view to tabling its own findings and recommendations before this House. So it's a whole cycle, Mr. Speaker. As we appropriate funds to state agencies, departments, and ministries, we also do the same to the Office of the Auditor General, which uses those funds to audit other agencies, and therefore, and again, we proceed to appoint an Auditor General, an auditor to audit the accounts of the Auditor General's office, so that in the final analysis, the issue of accountability is addressed in a holistic manner. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, it's also worth noting, of course, that under Article 203, or Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution, the equitable share of revenues collected nationally, is the equitable sharing of those revenues between the 2 levels of government can only be based on the last audited accounts as approved by this House, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the work of this House and that of the Office of the Auditor General are so much intertwined that you cannot separate the two. And that's why we must continue to encourage a spirit of cooperation between this House and the Office of the Auditor General. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that that office has not disappointed us as a country. Yes, I can say so with a lot of confidence and without any fear of contradiction. That office, since its inception, within the context of the 2010 Constitution, has not disappointed Kenyans. Right from the tenure of the previous office holder and the current Auditor General, Madam Nancy Gathungu. Mr. Speaker, but it's also important to note that for that office to function effectively, it needs to be resourced adequately. That office requires to be provided with adequate budgetary resources for it to be able to undertake its mandate in an effective and efficient manner. And it's for that reason that in the report of the Public Accounts Committee for the financial year 2017-2018, it is for that reason, and I must to hear this, it is for that reason that in the report of the Public Accounts Committee for the financial year 2017-2018, the committee recommended, and this House agreed with it, because that report was approved by this House, was adopted in totality, I think in March this year. In that report, the Public Accounts Committee recommended that in future, when it comes to the matter of budgeting for the Office of the Auditor General, the Public Accounts Committee must be involved from the outset, from the very beginning to the end. that even as the relevant committees, including the Budget and Appropriations Committee, undertakes their normal work in terms of budget preparations and approval, when it comes to the budget for the Office of the Auditor General, PAC must be involved. And for obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker, because PAC is the nexus between this House and the Office of the Auditor General. And PAC understands better the functioning, the challenges of that office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say as I conclude that in our task of examining these reports that come from the Office of the Auditor General, we continue again to work closely with officers from that office. Very, very closely. And I must also, Mr. Speaker, thank you most profusely for having stood firm in defense of the authority of this House and the authority of the Public Accounts Committee in undertaking its mandate to oversight government agencies and departments insofar as the utilization of public funds is concerned. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased to note that you made it clear to all and sundry that under Article 125 of the Constitution, Sub-Article 1 and Sub-Article 2, this House and its committees are at liberty to invite any person under the sun and within the territories of Kenya. Yes. Any person. The Constitution doesn't make an exemption. It says any person. And the Speaker reiterated that in his advisory, released 3 or so weeks ago. That any person. And in so saying, the Speaker, you are not in any way trying to abrogate or in any way interfere with the independence of any independent institution or organ of state. We are simply saying, even as we respect the independence of these institutions and organs of state, we must hold them accountable on matters of expenditure of public funds. Because that is our mandate that the Constitution has granted us as a parliament, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, without further ado, I wish to move that this House adopt this report and allows the formal appointment of this firm to undertake this very noble task, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to ask the Honorable Aden Duale, who is a ranking member of that committee and a ranking member of this House, to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Duale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my chairman has ably moved this motion. And Mr. Speaker, this report was presented to the Public Accounts Committee after thorough due diligence carried out by the competent office of the Clerk of the National Assembly and his officers through a transparent, free and fair, competitive procurement process. And Mr. Speaker, this matter is before this House in line with Article 226, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution that gives powers and requires the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya to appoint a professionally qualified accountant to audit and report on the financial statements of the Office of the Auditor General, an independent office that the architecture of the 2010 Constitution felt in addressing the old age question of who audits the auditor through this provision. So the framers of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, both in letter and spirit, because in the old system, nobody was questioning, was auditing the Auditor General. And that's why many people out in Kenya don't know that the hunter himself must be audited, because the hunter receives resources appropriated by this House. The Auditor General is given, just like the way the DPP gets money and the controller of budget. So as the Auditor General hunts down those who misuse public resources within the armpits of the three arms of government and independent institutions and commissions, he himself will be accountable to the people of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank you, because another arm of government decided that it's supposed to protect and interpret the Constitution, decided bluntly and arrogantly wrote to you that they do not want to be accountable to the resources appropriated. Mr. Speaker, when we got that letter that was sent to you by the Chief Justice, and I don't blame the Chief Justice, I think people within the corridors of the judiciary misadvised the new Chief Justice. In fact, I feel that letter they wrote for her, and she just signed it. But Mr. Speaker, for about a week, I told the chairman, let's wait for the response from our Speaker and a leader of another arm of government. And the Speaker, when we got that letter in the committee, I told the chairman, let's have about 30 minutes. And I was sitting next to Honorable Tene Amolo, senior counsel, and I told him, let's first read this letter that you wrote, which, if you compare the two letters, Mr. Speaker, it is basically what is the function of the Auditor General. The primary role of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, in Kenya is the oversight or the assurance of the role of ensuring accountability within the three...
Sorry, Honorable Dwele, there's a member walking in. What is that you are flashing? Members, you are about something you don't know how to handle.
Can you put off the torch?
Making it very flashy. You just bought or collected somewhere. Honorable Dwele, continue.
Speaker, Honorable Rahema is my neighbor in Tana River. And in most of our parts of our county, there's no electricity. So she uses... She is used to this use of the torch in the mobile. So, please, I want us to forgive her. So, Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee of this House, and the Speaker, you have been a ranking member, chairman of the Public Investment Committee in the 9th Parliament. It is the Constitution and the Auditor General that brings report table in this House. We don't call, in fact, Mr. Speaker, we don't call anybody. Unlike other departmental committees, our secretariat and the chair don't invite people. It is the report of the Auditor General that invites people to the Public Accounts Committee. Honorable Junot is a member. So we don't write. If you have no problem, if you have accounted for every penny, the Auditor General will say, I have no issues in the book. But if you have issues, that the people who serve you in Machakos law courts and Eldoret law courts, the money they are paid by Kenyan litigants cannot be accounted for, you will be indicted by the Auditor General and you will find yourself before room 9 of the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, we really want to thank you. You gave a good direction. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution requires the National Assembly to appoint this person. And the appointment of the external auditor, Mr. Speaker, is to provide an external audit service for the financial statements and reports of the Auditor General for the financial year, particularly for this external auditor, 2018, 2019, 2019, and 2020, which is a fundamental pillar in promoting an assurance and an independence of the office of the Auditor General. In fact, for the Auditor General to be audited by an external auditor appointed by the National Assembly, a House of the People's Representative, gives more credence and more powers that that office of the Auditor General is an independent office. That independency is more anchored. It is given more credibility by what we are doing this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, the selected firm and the clerk of the National Assembly and his technical team appeared before the committee. They were interrogated. They presented all the trail papers of how this person was, this company was selected among other competitors in the field for the audit of the Auditor General's office under the years under review. And Mr. Speaker, I have been around in this house and served under 3 clerks. I served under clerk Mr. Bundi, before him Mr. Gishoi, and I think maybe 4, because in 2008 when I took the oath of office, I think the late, what was his name? The late Ndiri, I think, was the clerk. So I served under Clerk Ndiri, Gishoi, Bundi, and CLI Michael. And Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record that the men and the women who particularly run the various directorates of the National Assembly under your leadership, and I've worked with them when I was the leader of majority, are the most competent citizens of this country. And I said a number of times that is one place I will recommend my children to come and learn. Mr. Speaker, so what is the function of this external auditor? And in this place, the winner is Ronald's Limited Liability Company, and if it's approved by this House, because this House has to approve. Number 1, this external auditor must provide assurance to this House and the Kenyan public that the financial operations of the Office of the Auditor General in the slated financial year are above board, that the audits are in compliance with the PFM Act and the Constitution, Public Finance Chapter. 2, this firm must express an audit opinion. They must express an audit opinion, qualified, unqualified, and the rest, on the financial statements, giving us an assurance as a House and the people that the Auditor General followed the laid down procedures in financial reporting and financial standards and statements and the statements and the accounts provide a true and a fair view of a financial position of that office. Third, Mr. Speaker, this external auditor must undertake a performance audit to assure this House and the people of Kenya, and indeed the legislature that is approving this afternoon, that the auditing services offered by the Office of the Auditor General, even to the Public Accounts Committee, Public Accounts and Investment Committee of the Senate, to a Special Accounts Fund Committee, and the Public Investment Committee are professional and adhere to the standards of international supreme audit institutions. And these are some of the institutions I'm sure the leader of majority as a renowned accountant knows far much better than me. And finally, Mr. Speaker, that they provide a systematic review of the adequacy of the information systems and the ICT infrastructure at the Office of the Auditor General. What are the gaps? That's the auditor. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I really want to concur what my chairman have said, that this House must allocate more resources to the independent institutions created by the Constitution, the EACC, the DPP, more so even the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, and the Office of the Auditor General, in order to protect the billions and the trillions that this House allocates to various arms of government within the three arms of government. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have an institution to look for those who misuse public resources, the corrupt, and the evil men and women within our public sector, and then that person or that institution is not well resourced. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the charges that the selected audit firm with enormous task, this firm, the outcome is to boost the confidence of Kenyans in the operations of the Office of the Auditor General, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I second and ask the House to approve.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Public Accounts Committee on procurement of external audit services for the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, August 5th, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 226, Clause 4 of the Constitution, and Section 43 of the Public Audit Act, number 35 of 2015, approves the appointment of MS Ronald's Limited Liability Partnership, in brackets LLP, to audit the accounts of the Office of the Auditor General for the financial years 2018-2019 and 2019-2020. Honourable Leader of Majority.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to support this report of PAC, which has been very well executed by the chair and my predecessor in seconding, in explaining about everything that needed to be explained. And I would almost take the opportunity to congratulate the auditors, Ronald's LLP, for having made it to this bit, and I'm no doubt the House will do what it has to do in terms of formalizing the appointment, because all the screening has been done and there's nothing untoward that has been brought. I think there isn't really much to be said, Honourable Speaker, because what we are doing this afternoon is really playing our role as on behalf of the shareholders of Kenya. In the ordinary, company's situation, at every annual general meeting, one of the matters, one of the very critical agenda items is to appoint the auditor, who will then look at what has happened in terms of what the directors have been doing in the course of the year and report to the shareholders to give them assurance that their money has been basically applied to the right objectives in furtherance of the objectives of the company. And this all stems from the old situation of agency theory, where the shareholders would appoint, have certain expectations of what they want to do. They appoint their agents who become the directors, who then hire managers, and the two are usually at variance in terms of the expectation. So the shareholders may be wanting one thing done, the directors
another, the managers another, and you now need the auditor to come and look and give assurance to the principals that their agents behaved in exactly the same way as they would have wished and provide the value for money. Now, in our situation here, the principals are the people of Kenya. And the people of Kenya who have elected an executive headed by the president and given them certain mandates and given them certain monies and said, can you go ahead and execute and account back to us? And since the people of Kenya cannot receive those audit reports or cannot be called to an annual general meeting to receive the report of the auditors, then they've also appointed this assembly, this National Assembly, who basically will represent that AGM on a continuous basis, where we represent all those people and receive their reports and in terms of what the executive has done. And you will recall, members, we are actually the ones who actually appoint even the Auditor General. But the Auditor General himself needs to be audited. And hence, we as on behalf of the people, again this afternoon, are being called upon to also get an auditor to test, to audit our auditor, who we appointed to audit the executive and all the other independent institutions. And I think Honorable Duale has enumerated, and I don't want to go through the issues that we need covered. But most importantly is that, first, for the money that we are given to the Office of the Auditor General, has it been applied to the right purposes? And that's a standard. But most importantly is that the independent auditor will also be expected to test and verify that the Auditor General has applied auditing standards and performed the work in accordance with the highest standards possible in carrying out the audits of the executive. So it's a two-way thing, value for money and also quality control. And I do expect that when we now receive the reports from on 2018 to 2019, as well as 2019-2020, the most we will put our responsibility on us. I know the chair of PSC has stepped out, but I know there are still some members. Oh, yeah. I would like to really emphasize that when Ronald's LLP give their report and appear before the PSC, which I hope they will do, to come and actually present that report to you as on our behalf, that one of the things you'll be expecting is that take you through what has the Auditor General been doing, how have they been applying, how have they covered all these monies, and why are we having issues in the counties, for example, where you visit councils, you visit the counties, and you don't need to be told who owns. Everyone is talking of, that building is now owned by the chief officer of this county, yeah? Yet, the local bank manager does not tell you that the so-called person has gone for a loan. You hear, you can see the lifestyle changes within the counties. And what we would like to see is what is the Auditor General doing, particularly at the county level, so that even as we see development and people getting development conscious, courtesy of the devolved funds, at the personal level, we want to be sure that it's not our money that is getting personalized. And those are the things we want to hear from the Auditor General. Now, if the Auditor General has not told us that, then we would want to hear from Ronalds that they also did tests, go back to those areas where the Auditor General has given very clean audits, and they have also concurred with the Auditor General, so that those lifestyle issues that are basically, like sore thumbs that are showing up there, that things could be wrong, can actually be done at the 2-second level. And hence, Ronalds and company should not just look at their job as to go and look at the books of the Auditor General. We want them to give us quality control, quality assurance that the Auditor General has done everything possible to uncover how our money is being used, not just at the national level, but especially at the county level, because the more we spend, the more monies we give out there is with the hope that we are going to stimulate economies at that micro level. We're going to ensure that suppliers are paid on time. So if money is flowing and people are not being paid, then we need to be told why this is happening so that we can at least arrest the poverty at the grassroots level. And so I really wanted to just emphasize that. I don't want to belabor the point. I know we started, I think this is the third auditor, independent auditor. There was Merari and Company initially, yeah, then we had PKF. So this is the third auditor we are actually approving for different time periods. And hence there's enough experience now in terms of what the other two have provided. Now, the only thing, and I've expected that to come from the chair, is I know we are appointing this for the 2018-2019 financial year and 2019-2020. Yet, as of now, I know the Auditor General is looking at the 2019-2020 for government. But surely the auditor we should be one step ahead. They should have had their issues proper, that we should not actually be talking of 2018, 2019, that should have been audited. It's something that we need to look at so that even as we appoint the next auditor, we'll be looking at futuristic, appointing somebody for the 2021 to 2025, so that we don't end up coming to appoint an auditor after and almost leaving our Auditor General exposed because the audits for 2018, 2019 have not been completed because we could not hire the auditor to do it. So, Chair of PAC, I would like to encourage that you look into this matter, at what point we appoint the auditor for 2020, 2021, and 2021, 2022. Because we should do it now, ahead, rather than just looking at after the years have passed. You appoint an auditor for the ensuing year, not for the year that has just passed. Right now, we should be receiving the reports for last year is what we should be discussing to see what Ronalds have told us. But that's is a minor point. I'm sure there was a reason why there was this oversight. But now that we are here, and we don't know what the 13th Parliament will do, we might as well take advantage of our presence to start the process now of appointing the auditor into the future. And we can have at least that issue resolved so the others the next appointment will be taking place another 2 years from now. So, like I said, I want to congratulate Ronald's LLP. I know it's one of these young and emerging partnerships. I believe they have about six or so partners. It's a growing thing. And it's good to see a Kenyan firm, because at some point we were worried. If you may remember, Mr. Speaker and Chair of PAC, there was even a time there was contemplation of having an international auditor to come because the Kenyan auditors did not want to audit this office. Partly because of potential conflicts, because if you also want to have the opportunity of being appointed by the Auditor General to do some of the work, then you disqualify yourself by being the auditor for the Auditor General. And hence, I think there was a bit of that issue, of people not wanting to be appointed as auditors for the Auditor General because they disqualify themselves from being given work by the Auditor General. And it's good to see some of these guys now coming up and saying, yes, I would just want to do that job. And at some point in future, when the roles change, it frees them from, they could as well go and assist the auditor in doing some of the audits. So I'm happy that at least we have a Kenyan firm that will be doing it and reporting to this House. Mr. Speaker, let me stop it there. Congratulate Ronalds for making it this far, and urge the House that perhaps we shouldn't even be spending a lot of time on this matter. It's a rather straightforward matter, and hence, we support the chair of PAC so the auditor can be appointed and start doing their job, and we start receiving the report to see whether our Auditor General is doing what they should be doing. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to commend my chair and the entire committee for the wonderful job we have done to get to the point of appointing an auditor of the auditor. It sounds funny that an auditor has to be audited, but probably it sends a very clear message that nobody is above the law. Whatever funds you get from the public coffers, you must be able to account for them, and you must tell the people of Kenya, I got XYZ, I used XYZ, and this is how I used it, and I made sure there was adequate safeguards to ensure there's no public loss, there's no loss of public funds. Honorable Speaker, I sat in the meeting where the clerk of the National Assembly came and explained to us, took us through the process that led for the appointment of the auditor of the auditor, that's Ronald PLC. Honorable Speaker, it was presented in such a clear manner, and I'd wish that all public entities would adhere to this, the most transparent and open tendering system, where each and every Kenyan has got an equal opportunity to compete for all public services, public tenders. Honorable Speaker, there was no tinge at all of any form of tender fixing, any form of big boys. Honorable Speaker, whoever was selected actually beat the renowned and old names in the auditing field in this country. It gives a lot of pleasure, it gives a lot of hope for the young and upcoming professional firms that all that you need to do is get your records right, get your things right, and you should be able to get jobs anywhere in this country. Honorable Speaker, there is an ingrained mentality in many minds of the young people that unless you know who is who, it's ingrained mentality in many Kenyans that unless you know who is who, you can never win a public tender. I think one of the things that we need as a country to focus on is to open the space so that if it's an open tender, it's truly an open tender, with each one with having an equal opportunity to win any particular tender. Budget. If at least the Budget and Appropriation Committee can dare or be courteous enough to consult Public Accounts Committee, would offer them a lot of information and a lot of details that will allow us to enhance the budget towards the Office of the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, there's so much loss of public funds in this country. There is evidence everywhere, whether documented or not, of wanton destruction or wanton theft of public funds. Honorable Speaker, as we always say currently, corruption left Nairobi and was devolved into the counties and the villages. Honorable Speaker, unless we continue to strengthen the Office of the Auditor General so that they are able to track and make everybody who holds and who uses public funds to account for them, this country will never achieve their development goals. Honorable Speaker, I do not want to belabor the point, but just want to conclude by saying any state organ, any body that is given public funds must account for those funds. And the only two bodies authorized to oversight is the Office of the Auditor General and Parliament through its two audit committees, that's Public Accounts Committee and Public Investment Committee. The judiciary was ill-advised to decline to account for public funds because that was unconstitutional and was mere rhetoric that's not going to take them anywhere. We sincerely thank the Office of the Speaker for putting their foot down and telling them as it is that they must account for their funds. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second. I support.
Very well. The Honorable Sankok, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing from the standing order number 95, that hearing from most of the people who are contributing, honorable members, we are now going into the repetition and there is no opposer. All of us are supporting. So I rise on standing order number 95 so that you call the mover to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is that the mood of the House?
Yes.
That the mover be called to reply? Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of our opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. The mover will reply.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Makali, you know the rules of the House.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Makali, you are out of order.
Mr.
The
Speaker.
Honorable Makali, you are out of order. You know the rules of the House. The Honorable Makali, you are out of order. The Honorable Makali, resume your seat. The Honorable Makali, resume your seat. Resume your seat, the Honorable Makali. The Honorable Opio, proceed. The Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Akoth, member for Suba North. What is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I do agree with you. We know the rules of the House when the mover is called upon to respond. And the ayes have it, Mr. Speaker, we have to proceed that way. But I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, not with concern, that even sometimes when we call on the mover to respond, and we say we are assessing the mood, really, even logically, when members want to speak and only two people have spoken, what mood are we assessing with the two people speaking? Let us also not abuse processes, Mr. Speaker. Members have sat here for very long. Some of us were waiting to speak to this. And I'm not saying that it is the honorable member who has moved, but I just want to tell members and urge members that even when we are using standing orders, let us also remember that members are getting increasingly busy. And if I sit until this point to contribute on a matter, next time you will want me to sit on something, you will not find us, and we'll have quorum issues. Let us be sensitive.
That is all right. The Honorable Wandai, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to reply, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have contributed to this motion for their invaluable contribution, and even for those who had wished to contribute but never got a chance to contribute. That is always another time. There's always a next time. In this parliament, and in the next parliament, and in the other parliament. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are members from my committee who would have really wished to speak on this, especially Honorable Dr. Eve Obara, the gracious lady from Kabondo, Kasipul, but I would imagine that I have captured her sentiments. Yes, I don't know if I can be allowed to allow her to say a word, just to go on record, that the Speaker has declined my invitation, and therefore I wish to reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Honorable members, for good reason that we don't have the requisite quorum, I will defer the voting of the question to such time when this matter will be settled down again on the order paper. I direct that we move to the next business.
Order number 9, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2021, second reading.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I do beg to move that the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2021, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, it's important to give a brief background on the genesis of this bill. As you may recall, this bill was initially sponsored by the late Honorable John Oro Oyoka. And it was then the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 21 of 2020. So at the time of the demise of the late John Oro Oyoka, and may the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace, he was the member for Bonchari. The Committee on Finance had already engaged with various stakeholders. We had conducted public participation on this amendment bill. But then he passed on. So after consultations with the Speaker and the Central Bank of Kenya and other stakeholders, we agreed that in his honor, we would republish the bill as a committee bill carried by myself as the chair, Honorable Speaker. So that is when now it was republished as the Central Bank Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2021. So I just wanted to recognize the amount of work and the passion that the late John Oro Oyoka put into this bill. It was his baby. It was a matter for which he was extremely passionate. And therefore, I'm sure wherever he is, he's happy that the Finance Committee has since taken up this amendment bill. This amendment bill, Honorable Speaker, broadly speaks to regulation of the digital lending sector. This is a nascent sector. It is new. It is serving the unreached and underserved. But then as the sector grows, as the digital lending space is growing, there is need to begin to regulate the sector. Because people are happy to borrow. Right now, if you look at the phones of many young people, and even older people, they have up to 10, maybe 15 borrowing apps. They borrow from one to pay the other. When the other one is due, they borrow from that one, from a newer one, to pay the older one. And therefore, there is a crisis that has emerged of over-indebtedness, especially of a younger population, because of availability of this credit. But over and above that, there's also been public concern around the issue of pricing of these products. The issue of pricing is also a key issue. Because as we were conducting public participation, Honorable Speaker, it emerged that some of these lenders charge interest as high as 150%. And therefore, when people are not able to cope with the interest rate, you just take your line, You throw it away, you buy a new line, and you begin to use that line. Honorable Speaker, even if you look at the interest rate that is charged on Fuliza, and Fuliza is one of the regulated ones. I don't know whether you have Fuliza on your phone. I have Fuliza on my phone. And every time I want to send money to a funeral or another pressing matter, and I don't have money on my M-Pesa, I just go to Fuliza and I send it. But if you look at the interest rates that are charged on that product, they are nowhere near the regular rates. So there's even concern around not just the unregulated sector of digital lending, but also even the regulated sector lenders, when they use the digital platform, the interest rate becomes much higher than when they're lending you directly over the counter. So those are some of the concerns. Then there's a big concern around the issue of data protection. Data protection is a major, major issue because Kenyans have the right to privacy of their data. But if you borrow from a digital lender, they mine the data. Once they mine the data, they can even access all numbers on your phone book. So, Honorable Sankokia might be surprised because he has my number. They might send him a message that Honorable Wanga or Gladys Wanga borrowed 1,000 shillings and 3 months have elapsed since she borrowed it and she has not paid it. Without my consent, that information has gone to my brother, my sister, my boss at work, my friends, causing unnecessary embarrassment to the clients. And because of this data issue, when COVID struck, the Central Bank of Kenya disallowed the digital lenders from listing the creditors at the Credit Reference Bureau because this listing was being abused. People were taking, you've borrowed 2,000 or 3,000 shillings, you haven't paid with interest that at 100, whatever percentage, very high percentage, it has increased. It is now 10,000 shillings, you're unable to pay it, you have been listed at CRB. Now, when you're looking for a job as a young graduate, degree or diploma, you're told that one of the qualifications is to go and get clearance from the CRB. Now, because of a loan of 2,000 shillings, you have already been listed and you are unable to get the clearance from CRB. There's a very thin line there. Because digital lenders lend to people they don't know, the only fallback is the issue of listing. Without listing, a lot of the digital lending businesses cannot survive because they have no other way of catching up with defaulters. So, as we go forward on this bill, you will see that some of the proposals as to the benefits of regulation is once they are regulated and a number of things within the sector is regulated, then the issue of listing can be allowed for those who are regulated. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just moving quickly through the clauses of the bill, Clause 2 of the bill provides for definition of terms such as digital channel, which is the channel that is used or the product that is used for purposes of that sale. So, terms such as the digital credit business, specified digital credit provider, and this is just to make it easier for the regulation so that as central bank regulates, they know exactly what they are regulating. And then clause 3 provides for powers of CBK to license and supervise digital credit providers that are not regulated under any other written law. So just to be clear, this bill does not regulate everybody. As I mentioned earlier, there are those digital lenders who are already regulated. For example, banks that are using digital platforms to lend. They are already regulated under the CBK Act, and therefore, they don't fall under the ambit of this law. This law is for those that are not regulated under any other written law. And I'll discuss this clause 3 in a bit more detail when I speak to some of the feedback we received from the public with regards to just to what extent should CBK regulate. There's a concern emerging that should we regulate innovation to its death? So the committee was walking the thin line of making sure we regulate this sector, but at the same time, we don't kill innovation. We don't strangle sectors that are new through regulation, because regulation can also, if you make them too tedious, if you make them too tight, can also strangle innovation and kill a sector that is nascent. Clause 4, Honorable Speaker, provides for powers of central bank to make regulations among other issues, such as licensing of digital credit providers and so on and so forth. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7 of the bill provides for transition, because it is important for the digital lenders to know how much time they have between the time of passing of this law and the time of publishing of the regulations, how much time they have to comply and be licensed to be able to move from the current regime to the next regime. Honorable Speaker, just a bit of data. According to a report by the Financial Deepening Sector, it is estimated that since the launch of M-Shwari, which is one of the products, the digital lending products, the number of digital lenders and loans disbursed has grown substantially. According to this survey, it is estimated that digital borrowers reported taking an estimated 25 million digital loans, or 8 loans per borrower in 2018 on average. However, the distribution of yearly digital loans used is concentrated among a minority of digital borrowers. Honorable Speaker, it is interesting to note that digital borrowers are more heavily concentrated in urban areas. 67% live in urban settings, and 44% of other formal, and 34% of informal borrowers. All of those live in urban areas. A majority of formal and digital borrowers derive most of their income from farming or employment. Honorable Speaker, why are we moving to regulate? And I have stated some of the reasons why we are moving to regulate. But I just wanted to mention some of the issues that came up during the public participation that the committee held. Because some people will go to court and say the committee did not conduct public participation, or Parliament did not conduct public participation. So the committee received 11 memoranda from stakeholders, and we also, between Monday 12th and Tuesday, 13th July 2021, met 10 stakeholders in Nairobi. So the committee met the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, the Communications Authority of Kenya, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, Digital Lenders Association of Kenya, the CAC Limited, Safaricom PLC, PricewaterhouseCoopers Limited, the Lawyers Hub, ECM Consulting Group, Anjala and Kana, Alternative Circle Limited, and Central Bank of Kenya. Most of the stakeholders were in support of regulation, generally. They said they don't mind being regulated. Even the digital lenders themselves said they don't mind being regulated. The area of contention was, there was a feeling among majority of stakeholders that the requirement, the prudential requirements for regulation among digital lenders was unnecessary. And what they said was in regards to clause 3 of the bill. If you look at the powers given to central bank within the bill, it says it is given power to licensed digital credit providers, determine the capital adequacy requirements, determine minimum liquidity requirements for digital credit providers, approve digital channels and business models through which digital credit businesses are provided, among other things. The stakeholders are of the view that since digital lenders are not deposit taking, they don't take money from anybody. At no point does a digital lender owe anybody. It is the public that owe the digital lenders at any given point. They were wondering, why would they be given capital adequacy requirements? Or why would there be minimum liquidity requirements for digital lenders, as is the case for deposit-taking financial institutions, such as banks, which take deposit from people, and therefore you must have liquidity requirements so that the bank does not collapse with the money of the members. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee took note of some of these concerns by the stakeholders. And when we move to Committee of the Whole House, we will be making suggestions as to how we think a balance can be struck between regulation and keeping innovation up. But the committee, together with the data protection agencies, were very, very concerned about measures to be taken to protect data of Kenyans, and also to avoid unnecessary listing of Kenyans at the CRB for very small loans, or even for within short periods of time. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude my moving, allow me to express my special thanks to members of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the staff of the committee for their significant role towards scrutiny of the bill and production of this report. We are also very grateful to the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk for providing us with the logistical support that they did. We thank our stakeholders, some of whom are always appearing before the committee to give their views on various legislation. Honorable Speaker, we look forward to engaging further during Committee of the Whole House on this bill. And Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to move and request the Honorable Waihenyan Dirango, member for the Royal Suburbs, to second, who is also my Vice Chair.
The member for Roysambu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to second this most important bill. At the same time, appreciate my share for moving this bill very competently. Mr. Speaker, digital lending has grown exponentially in the recent few years. And of course, this is as a result of mobile phone penetration in the urban and rural areas, and also the adoption of mobile phone-based financial services. Why it has grown very fast, Mr. Speaker, is also because of its ease in use and the convenience. Mr. Speaker, digital lending is regulated by the central bank, particularly for the established commercial banks and microfinance banks and other institutions. But there is also that other area that is unregulated digital lending by other digital lending platforms. Mr. Speaker, regulated digital lending as at April 2021 stood at around 3.9 million accounts and a value of about 50 billion worth of loan value, while the unregulated digital credit letters platform, Mr. Speaker, accounts for about 4 billion Kenya shillings, which is about 1% of the gross loan portfolio of the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, examples of digital money lending platforms include the very popular Tara, Opesa, Okash, Zidisha, Zenka, Haraka, Kopa Cash, yes, Berry, Mshwari, my colleagues are informing me, Pesa Zone, Fuliza, and of course, Okolea, Utunzi, and Fanikisha. Mr. Speaker, the unregulated digital credit has grown from 2,000 Kenyans in 2016 to reaching about 2 million Kenyans today. About 62% of the borrowers on the digital credit platforms are below 35 years of age. Most of these borrowers, Mr. Speaker, are the SMEs, the Juakari people, the mama bogas, mechanics, etc. And you know, this is a ready solution when you want cash, Mr. Speaker. And the DLAK, these are the Digital Lenders Association of Kenya. When they appeared before us, Mr. Speaker, they pleaded with our committee that even as we seek to regulate, even as CBK seeks to regulate this sector, we must not kill innovation, that we must allow the digital lenders platform to thrive because they offer platform to many Kenyans who had no access to capital, to quick cash. So digital lending platforms has been able to fuel the Juakali sector and many SMEs. But all the same, Mr. Speaker, even the digital lenders Association of Kenya themselves agree that there should be a prudential regime for regulation. And they were pleading with us that we should empower them by allowing them an evergreen registration regime, as opposed to the very strict regulation by the Central Bank of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the need for regulating this sector, of course, arises from the very reason that Kenyans are complaining some of the platforms are charging very exorbitant interest rates, sometimes as high as 200%. And this has caused distress among businessmen and families. And the result has also been being caught by the Credit Reference Bureau. Kenyans have been opposed to their names being registered on the Credit Reference Bureau when they are not able to pay up their loans. So, Mr. Speaker, the essence of this bill is to regulate, but not to kill, the digital leaders platform. And Mr. Speaker, when we go to the committee of the whole House on this bill, our committee has proposed several amendments which have been proposed by the stakeholders who appeared before us. And we will request the House to join us in working out those amendments for the interest and welfare of the digital readers, and also for Kenyans out there who have no other way of raising capital except through these platforms, for the reason that they may not have large or huge assets or landed properties. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the bill.
Honorable members, allow me then to propose the question that the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2021, be now read a second time. The Honorable Ngugi Ndwati, member for Gatanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me say from the onset, I also support the amendments. Honorable Speaker, I've heard the chair saying that it's the young who are affected. But Honorable Chair, I want to say it's not only the young who are affected by this digital lending. Even mature people and members of parliament here, we are also affected. And we can't claim that we don't borrow from those platforms. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that this digital lending has facilitated very easy borrowing at a very high cost. And we are opening up very many apps, Honorable Speaker, where you can borrow from one platform to pay to the other. Credit lines are also, Honorable Speaker, open for you to buy also a credit or money to load your phone. And Honorable Speaker, one of the challenges with this digital borrowing is that when you borrow money, you have to pay whatever you have borrowed in total. Honorable Speaker, I found it very difficult, especially if I borrow 20,000 from Fuliza, and I want to send 20,000 to you, Honorable Speaker. It means that I must have 40,000, Honorable Speaker, making my life very difficult. From the records, Honorable Speaker, which I have, mobile lending has mobile money and digital lending has overtaken whatever the banks are lending. And the statistics which I have is that mobile money and digital lending, the total loan portfolio is about 57%. Banks has now gone down to 22%. And SACCOs, Honorable Speaker, which we have relied on, most of us belong to SACCOs, is now at 17%. Which means that, Honorable Speaker, because of making it very easy to borrow, we are trapping our people, the poor, putting them in debts which they can't pay, and Honorable Speaker, allowing them even to borrow money, not to help themselves. Honorable Speaker, Fridays are known for betting. When you meet young people in offices on Friday afternoon, they are normally very busy. Speaker, they are not busy working. It's to bet. Because these platforms have facilitated is access to money. That money, Honorable Speaker, is used for gambling, and other things which are not necessary. Honorable Speaker, what I would like to say is that we need to come with a mechanism to control, especially how many apps you can belong to. If you belong to Fuliza, let it be known that you're on Fuliza. Let's not allow our young people to belong to 13 platforms. We'll kill them. Again, Honorable Speaker, interest rates are also very high. Interest rates, if you were to work it out yearly, is very expensive. Very, very expensive. We need to come with a way of how we can control the interest rates, and I want to propose that one to the chairman. Again, Chairman, Honorable Speaker, sometimes for you to be allowed to borrow money, the rating which is used by Safaricom is very unfair because they use your M-Pesa platform. Some of these young people, we send them to send money. If you use them to send money, then that platform is used to credit them, and they are allowed to borrow even 30,000. Honorable Speaker, is not fair. I want to say it's a high time that as a country, we supported our young people. Otherwise, if we continue with this, we'll kill generations, we'll put them in debts, which they'll not be able to pay for a long time. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support.
The Honorable Koske Kimutai, member for Chepalung. Is not in the House. The Honorable Ole Sankok David.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute in this very important bill that will save our generation. Honorable Speaker, I would like to start first of all by sincerely thanking the originator of this bill, the late Honorable Oro Oyok. May his soul rest in eternal peace. And Honorable Speaker, I'm sure wherever he is, he must be very proud of the Finance Committee led by Honorable Gladys Wanga for not rubbishing his thoughts, but picking up and bringing the same bill for us to discuss in this House. So I want to urge members, in honor of our departed colleague, that we support this bill, Honorable Speaker, so that it can see the light of the day, so that his constituents can pride in him that there is a legacy that he left in this House before he flew with the angels to be with the Lord. Honorable Speaker, digital lenders are worse than Shylocks. And Honorable Speaker, because they purport to make it easy for you to borrow while they know they are making life difficult to our youth. If I can take Fuliza for instance, 1,000, if you borrow in a day, they will charge you 50 shillings. if you are good in paying, and you pay daily and borrow daily, you will be able to pay 50 shillings times 365. That translates to 18,250 on an initial 1,000 capital that you borrowed. Honorable Speaker, even if you are doing business, ya dawa ya kulevya, in quotes, Honorable Speaker, you cannot be able to make that profit margin. Honorable Speaker, these people have made it easier for our youth to borrow and sometimes even to steal so that they can satisfy their urge in the betting industry. And all of these people, characters, are actually colluding and killing the future of our youth. Honorable Speaker, I say they are worse than Shylocks because I was a victim of one called Tala. Before they were regulated in terms of which the ID that they have to take, the number, Honorable Speaker, I rarely borrow loans. I don't take loans. So one day, when I went to produce my CV somewhere, I was told I was in CRB. And I have been in CRB for the past 9 years because of 9,000 Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, 9,000 Kenya shillings. A businessman of my caliber. Honorable Speaker, I wondered, they have my telephone number. They have never called me. They said that maybe somebody used your ID number to get the loan. They never called me because they were colluding. They know that at one time you may need to use the CRB certificate. So what they used to do, is pick your ID number from M-Pesa shops, pick your phone number, and then they put the money there. They know one day they will catch up with you, even if you will stay for so many years. I stayed for 9 years because I don't borrow. For those who borrow, probably after 6 months, then they will have paid earlier, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, I had to pay so that I can be removed from CRB. The money that I never knew that it was borrowed. I never borrowed, Honorable Speaker. So this is a pyramid scheme perpetuated by corrupt individuals. Honorable Speaker, we have also to ask ourselves, who are the major shareholders of these digital lending companies, including Safaricom, Honorable Speaker? You know, Honorable Speaker, you cannot be a leader in this country. You cannot earn from taxpayers. You cannot, Honorable Speaker, steal from the same taxpayers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we can excuse you from stealing from KEMSA, from Mafia House. But Honorable Speaker, coming down to steal from border riders, to steal from Mamambogas, to steal from the hustlers, Honorable Speaker, who are living from hand to mouth, just in an elaborate scheme of lending money. And the shareholders of these big companies, these digital lenders, are known, Honorable Speaker. And it is high time that we control them using CBK. And CBK should go a step further and name and shame some of these shareholders, major shareholders of these lending companies, Honorable Speaker. Because they have registered their companies. We know where the money goes to. We can easily track the money up to the pocket of so-and-so, Honorable Speaker, because we know they are worse than the so-called corrupt individual, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these have been very possible for this youth to be able to borrow because we have killed our economy. We have created an appetite for money in our economy. You know how we have killed our economy, Honorable Speaker? Is using the trickle-down economic model, where we facilitate in terms of law and financing of the big corporates up there and put all our money there as a government, put our energies there, put our policies and laws there to facilitate them to grow with an aim of having them to employ youth for corporate social responsibility and also for them to pay taxes. But this one have become a major avenue of corruption. Now when it is a major avenue of corruption and money are up there, Honorable Speaker, like in the KQ, which is failing every year, declaring nil in terms of returns, therefore paying no taxes, no corporate social responsibility, laying off workers, Honorable Speaker, and again coming to this House to seek to be resuscitated using the same taxpayers' money, Honorable Speaker. So the money are hanging up there. Now the only cure is the bottom-up economy, because when we leave the bottom of the pyramid having no money, we have created an appetite of borrowing. But in the bottom-up kind of economic model, Honorable Speaker, then we will make laws, policies, and put our finances on the bottom of the pyramid, on the small and medium enterprises, on Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, and I'm sure the corrupt individual will not go and corrupt in kiosk, will not be accessible to Boda Boda money, Honorable Speaker. And then we'll have people on the bottom of the pyramid having money and reducing the appetite of borrowing, Honorable Speaker, because these have made our youth borrow, and they are in a vicious circle of poverty, courtesy of these digital lenders, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I do support this bill and urge members of this House to join us and to join the Committee of Finance and to join the late Honorable Oro Oyoka in supporting and making sure that his dream come true of controlling these digital lenders. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill 100%.
The Honorable Obara Akinyi, member for Kabondo Kasipul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this bill. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, let me also appreciate the late Orioka posthumously for coming up with a bill, and also thank the Committee of Finance for taking it up in its entirety. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as much as we appreciate the innovators of some of these digital platforms, we know the role it has played in making business easier for our small business people in Kenya. I want to say that I support the bill. Yes, it has given opportunities to our small-time businesses, but we also know what it has done to our younger generation. Mr. Speaker, it is important and critical that it must be regulated. If you see how our people are in virtual or continuously impoverished, borrowing after borrowing, you call or you want to send money to some of the young people at home and, oh, please send it on my mother's phone. Send it on my father's phone because I have Fuliza. Every other day, each one of them has Fuliza. And if you go to the bottom of it, or why did you borrow the money? Most of the time, it is money that they didn't really need. It is money that they could do without. So, Mr. Speaker, I say again that it has impoverished our Kenyans, and they must be regulated like what is happening in the banks. I know that banks are also on this digital platform, but as has been said by the committee, that this particular regulation is geared towards those that are not currently regulated. Mr. Speaker, these digital credit services have been abused by even the owners themselves, because if you look at the rates of interest that they charge, and has been clearly eliminated by some of our colleagues here, I don't have to get into it, and again, as I said, impoverished them. Secondly, there are concerns on the security of our data that they have access to. That's this data, we have seen cases where they have been misused. And I'm not saying all of them. Some of them are doing very well, and they are controlled and they are disciplined. So I'm saying those that are not, there is need that all of them be regulated. Thank you once again, and I support. Thank you to the committee for coming up and holding Oyoka's bill to light. Thank you.
The Honorable Mwangi Mburu, member for Lari. Is not in the House. The Honorable Twitwek Cameron, member for Mogotia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to also rise and support this particular bill. I think this amendment, which is coming before the House, is overdue, given the situation right now among the youth. As people have said, this various type of lending, this digital lending which is going on now, there are too many platforms purporting to be giving some support, financial support to individuals. And yet, when you look at the way these particular people use this money, some of them use for gambling. Of course, we know Mama Mboga and maybe the Boda Boda could be using it properly, but they are also who are not really, because the ease with which people are giving these loans can also lead to ruin of the youth. And therefore, it's an opportune time for the central bank to bring this regulation so that we can have a proper market where people are not getting too much loans and little benefit from it. And therefore, this particular aspect of the bill, to look at the digital lending, the issues of borrowing, the actors, and also to control them from excessive interest rates, which are going on in these various types of platforms, including Fulisa, Mshwari, Tala, and many others. So, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill is coming at the right time because most of the, as all of us have access to funds and also access to easy money lending from these digital platforms, needs a proper regulated market. Otherwise, people will accumulate too many loans and yet they cannot repay. And therefore, you find sometimes there's been a strong drive to bring in CRB, so that even when you default in about very little amount of money, you are put on CRB. I know when we are, during this time of COVID, especially the last 1 year or so, the central bank left out these non-formal lending institutions from CRB, and that was really a good boon for the young people and all those who are borrowing from this type of platforms. But I know this may be reinstated. I think it was reinstated, and therefore it can still become a problem because you can be put on CRB for little money, which may not, which may prevent you from getting further lending from other institutions. So this particular bill, which is looking at regulating these borrowings, and I'm also glad that the chair of the Finance Committee said they are also looking at not overkilling or rather overkill in terms of reducing innovations or interfering with innovations in this area, especially the digital industry, so that as we try to bring these regulations, we also allow innovations to continue. I know she also talked of the issue of data protection, because we also know how most of our data are exposed when we are dealing with these digital platforms, and we know some people try to use it for not good intentions. And therefore, this particular bill also should look at that carefully so that it protects our information, which we also use it elsewhere. I know most of the borrowers of this money are maybe on the bottom of the pyramid. And when I heard my colleague Olesongop talk about the hustler nation and the hustler economy, I totally agree with him that most of the borrowers are those who are unemployed. Most of our youth who are unemployed, who are actually trying to make a living from one point to another, and maybe also Mama Mboga and these other people. So we actually need to protect them because they are the people we need to support at this particular difficult time. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say I totally support, and I beg to support. Thank you.
The Honorable Oyo Onyango, member for Muhoroni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to this noble bill. First, I want to start by thanking the Committee of Finance, chaired by Iron Lady Gladys Wanga, for remembering Oyo Ryoka's dream posthumous. I want to say that everything that happens in life, more so in this country, has good sides and bad sides. While digital and mobile lending has also given ease in accessing money by various people, it has lots of side effects because the interests are very high. It has discouraged the young people from working hard, so that these days I go home and the young people tell me, tomorrow we'll treat you, uncle. Then I start wondering, this man is jobless, how is he going to treat me? It's because the following day there's betting. And when they come back, they earn money, and within a short time I want to get them employment elsewhere, I realize they are in CRB. So while I am saying that this should continue, to make life a little bit easier for our boys. But we will call upon Central Bank after this amendment to regulate them. And not only the small mobile and digital lenders, we want them to move even to Safaricom, because with the convergence of this platform, mobile and digital lending, Safaricom appears to have dropped its noble mandate of the telecommunication. Now you want to make a call and you'll find that you cannot even reach your destination because their more interest is put in M-Pesa business. And so those must be regulated, and these money lenders must be checked, and Safaricom must do everything, the Central Bank must do everything they can after we pass this bill. How I wish that Oyo Ryoka would be here to find the overwhelming support that this bill has, and we will support this bill when it comes for amendments. We'll vote other amendments that will. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ndindi Nyonro, member for Kiharu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I wanted to raise on a point of order because the honorable member referred to the borrowers as boys. It is not all the borrowers who are boys. But, Mr. Speaker, allow me to ventilate on this matter of digital lending and start by saying that when we talk about digital lending, we are simply talking about fintech. Fintech is the convergence of finance and technology. And Mr. Speaker, this is a subsector within the larger tech, within the larger technology sector. And actually number two from fintech, which is the number one currently in the world, Mr. Speaker, the second one is actually biotech. That is research and technology based on health sciences, Mr. Speaker. But the bill before us today is around fintech, the convergence between money, between finances and technology. And Mr. Speaker, actually this is the highest growing subsector. This is actually the highest growing sector globally across the world, and in many measures. In many measures in terms of transactions made, in terms of the value, in terms of the absorption of money from investors, that is venture capital and private equity fund, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is good for us to keep on polishing the laws that we have in this country insofar as technology and specifically fintech is concerned. Mr. Speaker, actually, the current fintech value is actually valued around $324 billion US. And it is projected, but between this year 2021 and 2026, actually the growth within fintech in terms of value will just be around 24% compounded per annum. And therefore it is a very critical and important sector that should always be polished in terms of registration. But Mr. Speaker, we also have to be mindful between where regulation meets innovation. Because many times, and especially in archaic kind of economies, we find that regulation is used to stifle innovation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is good for us to find the line, because we need innovation, but on the other side, we need regulation to be able to protect the users of this technology, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even before I come to our country, Kenya, allow me to speak a little bit about the threats that are there. I just talked about the absorption of money, that is, investors' money towards various sectors. Just this year, Mr. Speaker, we saw a company, a US-based fintech company, actually a very young company called Stripe, buying a Nigerian company called, I think, Peslac, at around 200 million USD. A young company, less than 10-year-old, being bought at value in terms of Kenya shillings, 20 billion. This is just exemplifies the importance on which we should take fintech across. But Mr. Speaker, fintech generally is domiciled within tech. And as we talk about regulation, it is also good for us to be mindful about the innovation side. And I say so because if you look at an economy like the US, you have where we actually have many unicorns. Unicorns are startups that are valued in excess of $1 billion US. You find that many of the unicorns in the US are actually based in tech. And there is a convergence of issues that bring around the fostering of these kind of companies that are young, highly valued, and churning billionaires who are young. Mr. Speaker, one of the convergence that we can borrow as a country is like the one that we have in the US, where now we have Wall Street, which is the finance street, converging with Silicon Valley, which is the home of innovation, Mr. Speaker, and we must ask ourselves, as the Kenyan leaders, why the environment within the US is so conducive for tech, and especially fintech. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues is actually a policy that was made in the last century by the US policymakers called STEM, fostering of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And that is why you find many of the big companies that are young in the US are actually not even started. They are not founded by the initial citizens of the US. Most of these companies, Mr. Speaker, are actually started by immigrants. And I want to give an example that is relevant to the discussion before us today. One of the premier companies and one of the original companies that we are dealing with fintech is a company called PayPal. PayPal, Mr. Speaker, was actually started by, out of the 4, 3 were immigrants. One of them is actually from Africa, called Elon Musk. Elon Musk currently is actually a billionaire courtesy of tech, even beyond PayPal. A company like Tesla Motors and other companies like Boring Company, Mr. Speaker. And it is because of the policies that were made by the leaders in the US, where they are now using immigrants' brains to grow their economy. Because these people were encouraged to go to the US, and of course the proximity of Stanford University around Silicon Valley, Mr. Speaker, also gave the environment where they went to school, but even after schooling, whether it's a dropout or you complete, there was a good market for your brain in the name of Silicon Valley. And we should actually, Mr. Speaker, be talking about our Kansas City, which currently is just on papers, Mr. Speaker, because these kind of things are the ones that actually make economies grow at a pace that we are seeing many economies growing. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the current list of billionaires across the world, other than actually the only other sector rivaling tech is fashion. the current #1 richest person in the world, is the biggest shareholder of LVMH, which is fashion. But among the top 10, other than him, the rest are actually based in tech. That is like Jeff Bezos, it is Amazon. You go to Microsoft, churning like several billionaires, among them Bill Gates, Steve Ballmer. If you go down the line, you find Mark Zuckerberg, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to reinforce the fact and the importance of having a conducive environment and convergence of factors for us to be able to foster technology. Because in the long run, Mr. Speaker, it is the one driving the economy of the world. Mr. Speaker, let me come back home. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, there is a very, very worrying trend in this country. Fintech should bring about efficiency within the finance sector. But in Kenya, we have fintech fostering slavery, where actually the people who cannot pay are the ones being lent, and therefore it perpetuates slavery. Mr. Speaker, you find that many of the young people in this country have one loan in this app or the other, because the kind of borrowing that we are encouraging in this country is based on consumerism. People buy to consume at the expense of actually borrowing to grow, borrowing to invest, borrowing to promote industry, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is why we have many evils of borrowing. But because I see my time is almost up, Mr. Speaker, I want to say before this House, there is a company called Safaricom PLC. Safaricom PLC is 35% owned by the taxpayers, including myself. And therefore, they are answerable to me as a taxpayer. They need to tell this House, as we encourage fintech, who is actually the beneficial owner of Uliza, who is the beneficial owner of Mswali. Because these platforms, Mr. Speaker, many Kenyans are lied to that they actually belong to Safaricom PLC. And to their dismay, the reality is that Safaricom actually markets these platforms, but some of them are actually owned by the people in the leadership positions in this country. And I say so because, Mr. Speaker, the lending rate of these apps is astronomical. When a hustler borrows 1,000 shillings and they are told they need to pay back with 50 shillings per day, that is 5% per day. It is not just abnormal, but it is criminal, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to tie our citizens with debt. But the beneficial owners of these lending apps, Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. We'll have the Honorable Kiai Githiaka, member from Kurueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from the onset, I stand to support this bill. This amendment, sorry. Mr. Speaker, digital credit providers is a new phenomenon in this country. And we are not here to kill innovation. We are here to support innovation and make sure that the borrowing that is funded by the digital lenders is brought under the ambit of the law. And the law proposes to regulate these digital credit lenders by ensuring that there are minimum liquidity requirements to approve the business model that should be operated by these lenders, also to provide framework and structure for digital lenders. Mr. Speaker, I need to say that there has been a proliferation of digital lenders in this country, and they basically target the young people, also those who are desperate, and of course, the gullible. And at this point, it's very important that we also look at the main act that governs the banking industry in this country to see why so many people are running to these digital lenders despite their prohibitive interest rates. Maybe that is where the problem is. Perhaps it's the convenience. Perhaps it's the ease. Perhaps maybe it's the fact that you don't have to present a wad of papers and collateral for you to get this loan. But then again, I'm reminded of the Merchants of Venice, whereby when Antonio wanted to give a collateral on behalf of his friend from a Shylock, to get money from the Shylock, and he was told that he was going to give security in terms of a pound of flesh, meaning that if he was unable to pay, then he was to surrender a pound of flesh to the Shylock. And we have a similar scenario happening in this country. Who are the biggest borrowers of this money? It is our young people, the unemployed, and those who need quick fix in terms of financial fix. And time has come for us now to regulate that. Mr. Speaker, it is not unknown that these lenders are giving their money and charging over 100% interest. This is totally unsustainable. Even when you're doing legal business, or illegal business for that matter, it's very hard for one to pay 100% interest rate. And that is where you find young people are operating many lines. Not only young people, those who are desperate. Like during COVID times, you find many people had so many lines, Safaricom, Airtel, and what have you, so that they can access these platforms. And what do you need to register? Just your name and ID. And the next thing, you are eligible for some small loan, no matter how small. But borrowing 100 bob to pay 150 on top, then we need to regulate this industry. I'm aware that many of the young people, due to the rising unemployment in this country, are borrowing from these money lenders, these Shylocks, to go and maybe also bet. They place their bets on these many sporting and betting companies with the hope that if they win, they will be able to repay the loan that they borrowed from the digital lenders. And the vicious circle continues. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why you find there have been so many cases of suicide in this country is because young people and those gullible Kenyans and those desperate Kenyans have been trapped in that vicious debt circle. And the moment you realize that you'll never get out of that, the best next alternative is to commit suicide. Cases of depression are also on the rise, driven by loans and credits that cannot be sustained, that cannot be repaid. And I agree that in a country like ours, we cannot have legally registered companies unable to borrow from the banks because of the high interest rates. Yet we have that desperate Kenyan being charged by over 150% in terms of interest. Mr. Speaker, as a member of parliament, we have come face to face with the reality on the ground. Many are the times when you require to help somebody, maybe by sending him school fees, by sending him pesa ya mazishi, and what have you. And the next thing he tells you, don't send money to my line because it has Fuliza. Don't send my money because it has a debt from a certain platform. You have to send money to another person for him to access the same. And this kind of vicious circle is what is killing our economy. We have to regulate this kind of borrowing. We have to have a platform that is well structured. We have to make sure that the loans that are borrowed are meant to help these young people or those borrowers. You don't borrow to bet. You don't borrow to eat. But this is the scenario that we are experiencing. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that under the current law, banks are prohibited from charging over 100% of the principal amount. This is not applicable to these credit lenders. Why? Because there are no rules, there is no law, there are no regulations. And the time has come to bring about a law that governs this. So, to me, this piece of legislation is not only timely, but it will save many of the those desperate cases from being consumed by these digital lenders. Mr. Speaker, I also note that quite a number of them are in this platform or the other. You borrow from this platform to repay the other. You borrow here to pay there. It is unsustainable. Having said that, I support that this piece of legislation, and I want to say that it is very timely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Koskei Kipkoech, member for Sotik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also support this bill. First of all, I want to thank late Honorable Roy Yoka because of this well-thought proposal. I also want to thank Honorable Wanga, the chair of the committee, for bringing up this matter. Honorable Speaker, it is a serious concern now out there for the people we represent, especially the young people, about this issue of mobile lending apps. If you look at it, Mr. Speaker, most of us are in Fuliza. You find that you wanted to send money and you do not have enough. So you find yourself already in Fuliza. But when you get to know the real facts about Fuliza, is that it's a very expensive loan, Mr. Speaker. So I really support the fact that this mobile app for loans should be regulated. I think it's a very timely bill coming at this moment in time, and we are ready to support. It's also important to know that we are also supporting the growth of this technology and mobile apps all over. But it comes along with a lot of pros and cons. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take our time, look at this bill, support where we can, and concur, and we make sure our people are safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Oundo Ojiambo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chances are very high I'll close the floor for the day. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, Bill number for 2021, National Assembly Bill number 10, amending the Central Bank Act to provide for digital lending, to provide for regulations and the regulation of digital lending. Honorable Speaker, since time immemorial, people have had to borrow. In my life before I came here, we used to say that debt is cheaper than equity, that nobody has ever made money using their own money. So borrowing has been with us over time. It has changed, it has morphosized over time in different ways. Honorable Speaker, they need to pay, they need to settle some bills, they need to invest, they need to meet some urgent financial obligation, will always arise. However, Honorable Speaker, the traditional banks, the traditional way banks operate is that they're unable to respond to the changing needs of the typical borrower, typical human being, typical consumer in this new age. Honorable Speaker, typically you require 3 to 4 weeks or months to get a loan from the bank. And that's why digital lending and Shylocks started the Shylocks to fill the gap that was created by the very bureaucratic banking procedure. However, Honorable Speaker, the emergence of digital lending has dragged into it very many people with very severe negative consequences. As my colleagues have said many times now, if you call 10 people in our constituencies, you wanted to send them money, I can bet about 6 to 7 of them would say, don't send on this number because it has a fuliza. Don't send on this number because I have delayed paying mshwari, they will pull everything. Now, many young people, and invariably, Honorable Speaker, they are young people, as defined under the Constitution, those below 35. Even though there are quite a number of us, most of us politicians, and I included, we find fuliza fairly convenient. If I'm called now needing this an emergency constituency, I don't have to stop talking, to rush to the bank, withdraw, and go to the M-Pesa teller, agent. I just pull, send, and sort out when I go home. However, Honorable Speaker, as good as it is, as innovative as it is, probably there's justifiable cause, there's justifiable call to regulate all this process. Honorable Speaker, the interest rates are fairly high. Second, Honorable Speaker, the danger, the fear of violating privacy becomes everlasting with us. That's why any attempt to regulate is basically welcomed. However, Honorable Speaker, I'm a bit concerned by the provisions of Clause 4 of the Act that seeks to amend Section 33R of the Banking Act, Central Bank Act, in respect of setting conditions. However, Honorable Speaker, the issue of capital adequacy, what is it all about, Honorable Speaker? These are guys who don't receive anybody's money. These are guys who operate like Shylocks, use their own money, either generate their money in one way or another. So some of the conditions that are being set for registration, for licensing, and for regulation should surely be relaxed in view of the role they play, in view of the people they serve. Because the moment you increase, you make it onerous and cumbersome to register, the more you make it more expensive to comply, they will pass over that cost to the end consumer, and they will in one way actually reduce the lending. And that, as much as it might be good, it will affect capital flow. I want to call it capital flow because many times, many people who borrow to service an order, borrow to service a consumer good that they require. Honorable Speaker, I know time is almost up. However, Honorable Speaker, one danger that we must avoid, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, one danger we must avoid in this digital lending is to create a situation where everybody thinks that whenever they have any need that is not necessary, they can always go for this area. Honorable Speaker, and obviously, the young people and the so-called mamamboga need to be very worried. Instead, as promoting technology fused with finance, there are some of us who are going around telling them lullabies, telling them stories of bottoms up, I don't know, whatever it is, promising them manna from heaven. Honorable Speaker, with this kind of mentality, this group of people...
The Honorable Oundo, you will have 4.5 minutes when debate on this bill resumes. You've been caught up by time. Honorable members, at the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 12th August 2021 at 2:30 p.m.